Hello and welcome back to the Banco Casino for final table coverage of the blockbuster Banco Casino Masters with a 250k guarantee. That's been absolutely smashed out of the park, and First place awarding 50,000 euros plus a little bit of change in the tournament ticket for the next major event. So here's the player positions. You can see Stojka in seat 3, the current chip leader, alongside Zimny in seat 9. So 9-handed final table, a mixture of Slovakian, Hungarian, and I believe those are most of the nationalities. I'll get back to you on the other ones. And the chip counts here ranging from 51 to 10 big blinds. So outer table play actually lasted quite a long time. We were expecting to be on a little bit earlier than this, but the nature of the beast in tournaments, the guys did not want to give their chips away, and so you see a couple of the guys at the bottom of the list there, slightly on the shorter side. 12 big blinds for Svoboda, 10 for Pichler, and at the top Stojka 51, Zimny 51, around about an average of 30 to 35 big blinds, which is kind of standard. And let's see the standard of the level of play that we're going to come up against. It'll be interesting to see if the chip leaders are really going to dominate, and as they should, you know, drive the action on a final table and try and lock themselves up a place in the top 3 would usually be the way to go. But also the nature of the beast in final table and tournament play in general. You know, some of the unavoidable coolers that can happen, that can really spice things up and turn a short stack into a big stack over the space of a couple of orbits, if some luck and variance falls in their favour. So just getting the all clear from the card room manager, Zuzana, there, as she wishes them the best of luck. And off we go, cards in the air now for the final table. Looking forward to this one. Oh, seat 8 looking quite dapper there in that pink suit, coming well prepared. King Jack off under the gun as one of the chip leaders. 9-handed is a little bit awkward normally, but I think with such a large stack, wannabe coming in for the open. And Alex not to. You might see somewhat of a theme with that, you know, players just kind of navigating their way into the final table, not wanting to take kind of what could seem as if they are uncomfortable situations. King 10, a clear fold here, under the gun 1. 7 players left to act, and you're one of the short stacks. You've got a guy shorter than you as well. Just want to be getting out of the way there and just running into a hand too often to justify the shove from such early position, 9-handed. So folding over to Yankov, and he's going to shove the ace-5 straight into Pichler in the big blind, who actually has a little bit less than we thought. He's got 9 bigs. He's going to fold the ace-4 as the clear shortest stack. Tough decision with those low ace-4, ace-x offsuit type of holdings as to whether you should go with them. I think as the clear shortest there, and you know, quite a top-heavy structure, I'd probably be taking it, but I don't blame him for folding, and he was actually behind. So he manages to navigate himself away from what could have been an elimination early on there. And like I said, just could be a theme of some kind of tentative style of play in the early stages that might develop or may not. It's a big spot for a lot of players that are playing at the €170 buy-in level. Often over a career of, say, 10 years of playing these kind of tournaments, either recreationally or to try and earn some money, it can be easy not to make a final table of this magnitude. So massive, massive spot for everyone involved. Stojka here, Jack 10 suited, got to be opening it up as the chip leader. Lots of medium stacks sort of hanging around in the middle that just aren't really going to be able to do much, even versus an open. So that's really the power of having the chip lead in these kind of situations. You know, if you're looking down at, you know, ace 10 off of sort of 20 big blinds behind, what are you really doing there? Are you going with it? Probably not. Do you want a flat? No. Don't really want to encounter, you know, the post-flop variance. So you just end up folding quite a lot. And just get through to Zimny in the big blind. His decision to defend the ace-6 off, potentially colliding versus a guy that's got him covered out of position. Not one I'm a huge fan of. I think just going to get yourself into a lot of tricky spots post-flop. We are 9-handed. This +2 range, even from a chip leader, is going to be, you know, semi-strong. And comfortable on the flop, but there can be a lot of turn cards here where Stoica may elect to go for a double barrel. 6 is going to be one of the best in the deck for Zimny, though. Turning 2 pair. Going to see this go check-check the majority of the time. No real reason for Stoica to bet anymore. It doesn't really get better hands to fold, doesn't really get worse hands to call. So, wow. As it goes, backdoor boat for Zimny. Let's see what sizing he goes for. Very quick, something to note. Not really, you know, if he had a hand like a 4 that he thinks might not be good at showdown, would he bet so quickly? Maybe not. And that's going to be the good news for Zimny. An early, pretty substantial pot. I mean, that's 10 big blinds or so each have gone into that one, which gets him now as the clear chip leader with some short stacks on his right and left. Lovely spot for him, and he'll be breathing a sigh of relief, that's for sure. Could have been loads of awkward turn cards for him to face there, versus an early position guy who's also pretty deep, 50 big blinds effective, but does manage to find the 6, and then the ace on the river is just the cherry on top for dessert. Gets him that nice spot, and also gets him paid, you know. Pitchler, 10-5 off. Not really what you want to be looking down at for 8 big blinds. And Zimny here, 9-8 off into a short stack here. I believe they're about 10 big blinds effective. What's he going to do? He elects to go for a small raise to 850. Interesting play, just trying to target some sort of random garbage to fold. Puts a little bit of pressure on the big blind. It's a size that has a lot more utility on a final table because people are naturally inclined to defend less. So this, you know, even out of position there in the small blind, if you're playing a cash game, for example, making it that size, 100 big blinds deep, the big blind just is going to basically continue with everything. But versus a 10 big blind stack there, I think he was thinking his 9-8 really isn't strong enough to jam. I would disagree. I think 9-8 is just a hand that you can jam. You can get hands like King Deuce to fold. You can get maybe people fold Ace Deuce. You know, Queen 3 suited. All of these kind of better hands just kind of snap fold the big blind. And with the nature and the gravitas of the pressure of the final table, you do get people to fold quite a lot for these 10 big blind versus blind spots, especially when there are other short stacks lurking on the table, and the opportunities to ladder will be fresh in the minds of all of the players sitting down at the final table. Now it's getting serious, you know. It's not just a couple of €100 here and there. We're talking about thousands of euros for eliminations. So will be a natural tendency for these players to kind of duck away from taking the more risky spots as opposed to, you know, flicking it in as they might do in the early stages in a similar situation. So King 7 off, not electing to raise the button here as the chip leader. Very conservative, and 6-5 off, jamming the small blind now. Wow, that is pretty ambitious, let's say that. Does get the fold and looks like a genius this time, but he's picked up 2 big blinds. If he gets called there, he's going to be in really rough shape. So little bit of the panic jam there. He's sort of lost a few pots, been through the blinds. The blinds went up, and he's sort of folded to him in the small blind, and he ends up just shoving it in with 6-5. But if you think about it, in nine-handed poker, when everyone folds, it's a little bit more likely for the big blind to end up actually having a strong hand, because all of the weaker cards are naturally going to be kind of circling around those folding ranges from all your other players. So jamming 6-5 there is very brave. Hello to everyone in the chat, Yang Wang and Jorg Ginsberg, and I'm not sure how to pronounce Kuzimaj. It's just a load of, is that a name? Sorry to you in the YouTube chat. So, King Queen off under the gun 1 from Schmeller. That's going to be unopened. Zimny in the cutoff, taking a little bit of time to fold the 10-4. You do see that a little bit, kind of the feature table, the bright lights. People are, you know, just not really, not really finding those snap folds with the garbage. A little bit of TV time, let's call it. Does get the fold from the King-Queen, as you'd expect. And a nice little pickup there for the Ace-King. Not only benefiting from the open, I beg my pardon, not only benefiting from the open, but also the big blind and the ante as well. So a big 4 big blind pickup for a 10 big blind stack, adding 40% without any showdown. That's a great win in these kind of ICM fueled situations. Nine five, folding Zimny again, not electing to open the King X. I think that one's more reasonable, but definitely the button open was there for the taking with the King 7 off. But now tens, Svoda is on a hell of a run, and I think he's jammed. No, he's just tanking. What's he going to do? Yeah, I like this decision. I don't think a jam is particularly good. What's he made it? You know, because if you jam here, you run the risk of getting people to fold hands like 6s, 5s that might jam on you. So, Majesty in the big blind, King Queen off, facing this rather strong looking min raise off of the 14 big blind stack. And I like this decision to proceed with caution because it's just going to be quite a strong range, right? And we're going to get, we're not going to get many folds. So it's a hand that plays quite well as a defend. You know, you can flop a lot of top pairs on boards that your opponent's going to stab on. King high, queen high boards. Whoa, what's going on here? This is really off-piste. I guess what he's doing is just sort of leading to see where he's at, but this makes no sense. You know, you don't have ace-king, you don't have king-king. You might slow play aces sometimes. You might have pocket eights if you're kind of on the tighter side, but your opponent here with that min-raising range off of the short stack is just going to have so many good hands. So what all you're really doing is getting them to fold like hands like jacks and tens and maybe the odd hand like a jack 10 suited or something. So it does work for him this time, but a rather ambitious play, for sure. George Ginsberg says, thanks for the table, we love it. Who are you cheering on, buddy? Who's your friend that's in there? And no problem at all. So Matrai under the gun here, Jack-7 suited. Don't think he's going to be too interested in that one. Yankov, Queen-Jack, 9 players. Bit of a stretch off the medium stacks. You'll see the sort of dynamics of the final table would usually dictate that these medium stacks aren't so incentivized to play many hands. You know, just waiting for eliminations, kind of cruising along. Does elect to open it. Zimny here, King-Queen. Tricky hand versus this open. He's opened off of about 25 big blinds. Looks kind of strong. If I would be in Zimny's spot here, I'd be thinking, well, my hand isn't really good enough to flat, so I either have to turn it into a bluff or even just give it the credit it deserves and find a fold there. And I think a mixture of the two are decent options, depending on your opponent, of course. Yankov, you know, he looks kind of young, serious looking. I played with him a few times. Got to be some kind of reg, I would imagine. Sort of a, let's say, a more experienced player or a better than average player in these kind of lineups. And he even gets the 7-5 suited to fold the big blind, which is a decent win. 2 live cards with that are suited, has decent equity against you. So getting that open through nice and early onto the final table just builds a little bit of momentum there for Yankov. He can be pleased with that one. I don't think the hand was particularly a standard choice, but I think on this kind of lineup we're already starting to see some very passive tendencies from the players, and it's no surprise really, is it? I mean, we're playing for 50,000 euros in a 170 euro tournament. That is just an absurd amount of buy-ins, 300 buy-ins for the winner. So a 300x is possible for one of these guys. And there's not many places you get a 300x unless you're gambling. So that's why we love it. The thrill of the top place. Your name up in lights. You'll be cemented in the history of Slovakian poker as a winner of the Banco Masters. And not only just any Banco Masters, usually 125k guaranteed. This time 250. So lots of extra status among the Slovak poker scene for the winner here as the Kings get rolled in there from under the gun one. 2 million chips, 250k big blind, getting on to the kind of stage where a min raise just looks ridiculous, so not bothering with that, just putting it in there. Wants a caller, doesn't want to see the ace, you know, all of these emotions are going through your head. And that one's just going to get through there. King 7 suited versus the 8 bigs. Not good enough. So the first signs of a little bit of animosity around the table as we get the first laugh, about 20 minutes in or so. Goes to show the tension that these players are feeling. Lots of pressure. I think it's always good to just try and be as light-hearted as possible and try and approach the situation with a level head. You know, you don't have to be there like the class clown joking around, but in some sense, not taking it too seriously can help you just to relax and start to feel comfortable at the table. So Svoboda here on the 300k big blind level finds himself pocket tens once again. He's had a real run of cards, tens twice, ace king, got that shove with the 6-5 through. Looks like he's going to be jamming it in there for 13 big blinds. Don't blame him here. Awkward thing about tens is if you are min raising and you know you're seeing those overcards on the flop, not going to be the most comfortable situation, and he can still get called by worse, drive out some flips behind, lots of good things that can happen. And Yankov there just showing him the 9-3 as if to say, well, not this time, buddy. I think all of the players on the table are starting to think, is this guy just an absolute lunatic or what's going on? He's been in every hand, usually ripping it in as well. So when players don't see the whole cards as we are, we just know that he's had 4 times out of 5 a good hand. It can be a little bit like, what's up with this guy? Is he feeling okay? That kind of thing. Payouts, sure thing, and I will get them for you shortly. So Zimny doesn't take the King Jack off earlier in exactly the same spot 1 orbit ago. Now opening King 10 off under the gun, so kind of just goes to show that he just wanted an orbit to sort of feel a bit more comfortable. He's got bringing a big stack into the final table, and I think even he was sort of there thinking, well, let's see what everyone else is up to first. Let's kind of feel my way in, and so kind of a good sign that he might start opening up that range and realizing the power of the big stack and kind of using that more to his advantage as opposed to, you know, hiding behind the sofa from it, which is kind of what you saw with that King Jack off fold in the first hand. Kind of like, I'm not used to opening a hand like this, so I'll just let it go. But yeah, we'll get the payouts, we'll get the information on the players and the nationalities for you shortly. Just messaging the team for that. Under the gun, ace-9 off. Don't think we want to be pipping this one. 9-handed. Seems like a bit of a optimistic. Yep, does eventually let it go. Stoika with the mystery hand so far. +2. For, just over 30 big blinds. 33 big blinds for him. Tanking a little bit pre-flop. Could be an indicator that he's not particularly strong, but has a decent hand, that he was kind of unsure as to whether he'd open or not. That's my guess so far. Ace-3 suited next to act, just a clear fold, yep, with the final table stuff going on. Yankov on the button. Looks like the sort of player who likes to get involved. With that Queen Jack off EP open off of the medium stack earlier, so should be seeing some fireworks from him as the stream develops, but he likes to let it go with Queen 10. I think a good decision. And Zimny in the big blind here, 6-3. Not getting a great price, as Stoika's actually 2.5x it this time. But the nature of an FT is that people are going to play a little bit more honestly when they're covered, so going to see a lot more checking back than you'd usually see on the sort of early mid stages of a tournament, and that might allow him to realize a little bit more equity. And you know what, he fancies a run with the 6-3, so off to the flop we go. A couple of backdoors there for Zimny. Stoika still with the mystery hand, and it's not a bad board. It's kind of neutrally, I guess. The advantage still very much remains with Stoika. All of those overpairs, stronger flush draws, stronger top pairs, kind of circling around his holdings, and Zimny left with a lot of, you know, 7x, gut shots, open-enders, weaker flush draws, all of that kind of stuff. And Stoika does elect to go for the 800 into 1.8 million, kind of standardish sizing, I guess. Board isn't particularly wet, but there are a lot of turn cards that aren't so great for Stoika. So, you know, some of his hands like the 9x, the pocket 8s, 10s, jacks, can see in this kind of betting range, this kind of sizing. On final tables, the efficiency of your bet is usually a lot higher, so a large size, let's say, would be almost something around half pot in that spot. And you know, you could see a lot of kind of quartering and a third pot kind of stuff going on. And Stoica really just not much he can do there. Just elects to let it go. Mela, for any of you viewers from the UK that might have watched The Chase, best bits, reminding me of that. Opens it up with the ace-jack here, and getting through to the big blind so far, Svoboda. He's looking down at the 8-6 off, and he's been in about half the hands so far, so yeah, makes the correct decision. I think 8-6 off as a short stack just doesn't perform very well. Lots of flopping middle pair, bottom pair, bad straight draws, kind of that middling equity that you don't really want at the sort of 10-15 big blind effective level on a final table with lots of ICM and lots of massive pay jumps. So just electing to let that one go. And again, kind of a theme of passivity. I don't believe we've seen a 3-bet yet. Just lots of respect being given from player to player. No one really even thinking about any kind of potential 3-betting options. Just turbo windmilling it into the muck for the most part. And so for those of you asking about payouts, I've got the information here for you. So ninth is going to be €3,295. 8th, 4,400. 7th, 5,900. 6th, 8,400. 5th, 10,900. 4th, 14,400. 3rd, 19,900. 2nd up to 30k, and then the second jump all the way up to 50k, a 20k heads up match. I doubt we'll see a 20k heads up match. Usually some kind of deal is done by that stage, but let's see what lineup we get in that confrontation later. So Pitchler folds the ace-3, fair enough. And Zimny here on the button with the ace-6 off. Svoboda. Queen 9, small blind versus button. I mean, what's there to think about? Let's just get that one in the muck. Yep, as he does. And Mate, ace deuce. Would be a pretty sick one to think about a 3-bet bluff with. Versus the chip leader, who's opening quite wide. You've got a good blocker to the top of their range. All of those hands like ace-jack suited plus aces, of course, as well, that you're going to encounter some 4-betting from, or continues, let's say. I'll try ace-jack. On the 300k big blind level, opening it up to 600k, going for the min raise. Yank off, 8-6 suited, just going to be folding. And Pitchler folds the twos, good stuff. Zimny's out. Nothing playable so far. And Stoiker in the big blind, queen 10 off. He's going to defend, so we're going to see at least some heads-up action going to the flop after just a lot of, you know, kind of tight, cagey and straightforward pre-flop stuff going on. Check on 944 is an interesting one. I think Matrai could just, you know, range bet one big blind there and kind of simplify it in that sense, as opposed to now facing just a lot of bets and you know, going to be a lot of airs, going to be some strong hands. You're kind of playing a guessing game when you do this. Does elect to peel one off. And a 10 on the river now, giving Stoiker the best hand. And got to be going for some value here. Don't think you're going to see your opponent check back many overpairs or just better hands. You know, he even has the 10 of diamonds, which blocks the main 10x that he's going to come up against. You know, king 10 of diamonds, ace 10 of diamonds that could take this line. And his bet does get a snap fold. Let's see what sizing he went to, because it happens so quickly. I don't think he bet 50k. I think it might have been 500, let's say. So, as you can see there, information on the Slovak Poker Open, which is coming up in the early stages of May. 200,000 guarantee with a 225 buy-in. So, going to be slightly less runners than this kind of tournament, but should be a good one for all of you who are local to the area. Get involved. Banco definitely taking over the tournament scene in Slovakia for the better. Lots of players coming from surrounding countries, and you know, there is a great energy around the casino during these weeks. Good cash game action. I've been playing a lot of Omaha myself. I've been seeing lots of 2-5 Hold'em running, which doesn't usually run during the festivals. So not only for tournament players, but cash game players as well. It really does take off during these kind of weeks. So get yourself down for the Slovak Poker Open on the 9th to the 16th of May, and come and find out for yourself. So, Matrai here with the aces, and Zimny's got a pretty good candidate for a 3-bet bluff. I think the queen 9 suited there as a chip leader. could be a good one to start utilizing the huge advantage you have in terms of covering your opponent, in terms of kind of leveraging them into submission. But he likes to let it go, and maybe some spidey senses were tingling there as he did eventually dodge the rockets. So Svoboda here in the cutoff takes a deep breath and folds the king jack. He was thinking of doing something, but no action then. And Machasai also going to fold the 9-8 off, and that's a disaster for Matre, who really was hoping for some action there. You can see him kind of audibly exhale as if to say, God, these nits won't give me at least one big blind for my aces, come on. And yeah, that's the unfortunate but also fortunate at the same time for competent players on these final tables. You will get a lot of opens through, so it means you can open wider, but if you do actually end up picking up a big hand, it's tough to get paid because everyone's playing so tight. And Matre can take a breather after that ace-jack and aces. Good little pickup he had. Yankov out, pitch that out. Zimny, 5-2 suited, he's out. Svoboda, 8-2 off. Hopefully Stoiker's coming for the 3-bet here. It would be a great spot for that. And yeah, he has. Nice. And Mate there, not going to be able to do much with those pocket fours. Set mining out of position. Having to put another 1.2 million chips in the pot would be, you know, just not really the play. So has to let it go. And Stoiker there with some nicely timed aggression. Had him covered, had a pretty good hand, and you know, in these kind of lineups you could just comfortably 3-bet fold those types of holdings. You're not really going to see many people peel that spot out of position, so they're going to just play shove or fold, and I think for the most part people are going to be very tight. Zimny there with that sort of body language, sat back in his chair waiting. It's not really what you want to be doing as a chip leader, is it? You know, let's drive the action. Let's force all of these short, medium stacks to the point of no return. Should be the game plan, you know, to drive it, to put people in tough spots, to pick up all of these dead money that's going to just be sat in there from all of this passive play. It's really hard to find a top premium hand and hold them. And as you can see, just lots of raise and takes getting through. That first 3-bet there, getting straight through, no problem whatsoever for Stoiker, who seems to be driving the action a little bit himself. That's the second time we can't see his whole cards. And Schmeller here has around 26 big blinds. Don't think there's really any play but all in. Small blind versus cutoff, you're covered. Don't really want to be playing a 3-bet pot out of position with ace king off when it's just so important at this stage, you know. Just jam it in, pick it up and move on is I think the play here. He's made it 2 million, which is also quite small. Stoica's not going to be worried about busting, obviously, because he's not covered, so he covers the other player. And that means that he might continue hands like Queen Jack suited, Queen 10 suited, Jack 10 suited, that he otherwise wouldn't just jam, which creates a lot of tricky situations. I mean, even a hand like King 10 suited, Ace 10 suited, got reasonable equity against the Ace King, which is more in favour of shoving for me. And kind of 3-bet inducing the Ace King suited variant. It just has a little bit more playability when you're, you know, facing a defend and going heads up for a flop. So Pitchler, Ace Queen, and this one's going to be getting fired in for, 7 big blinds. Yep, there it is. The magic words, all in. No takers so far. Mate is asking for a count. He's got the pocket nines. I think he's going to be at least, oh, he's jammed. I think this is a mistake, you know. I think with the nines on a final table, you want to call, and then if the cutoff or just anyone behind jams like a really significant amount more chips, you can end up folding. So Ace Queen suited actually getting out the way there, and Pitchler's going to be in rough shape here. And as you see, the equity 61-39 in the favor of the pocket nines. King 4-4 flop. Going to need to see some kind of jack or 10, maybe for a little bit of side card equity there. Picking up a gutter would be nice for Pitchler at this stage. As we go to a turn card, first all in, and it could be the first elimination here in the 250k, and there's the jack. A little extra sweat for Mate there under the gun 3. Hoping to hold with those 2 nines. Pitchler, he's going to need an ace, queen, or 10 to stay alive. And it's the deuce. So first elimination. And Pitchler will go home with a prize of 3,300 euros, eliminated in 9th place. And an unfortunate run, but he can't be too disappointed. He came in as the second shortest stack on the final table, and I believe he actually made day 3 with 4 big blinds. So hell of a spin up for him, and that will get us to 8 left on the 300k big blind level. And you're going to be joined by Sam Clark from poker vlogging fame, who's going to do a bit of commentary. Whilst we've got the solo commentary at the moment, we're going to get extra microphones after the break. I'm just going to be swapped out, and I'll leave you with the dulcet tones of Sam. How are you doing?
Good evening, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen. 8 players remain in the Banco Casino Masters main event, and we're underway. Svoboda all in with the ace-9 of diamonds. Alright. And no one with the calling hand is going to give that through and scoop a decent increase to his stack here. For those of you unaware who I am a cash game player from the UK, currently in Bratislava for this festival, loving things so far. I'm going to get the live chat up so I can interact with all of you watching. Looks like we've got a decent following so far on the live stream. Me and the other guys this week from the UK were all very deep into this tournament, trying to make this final table. Unfortunately, none of us could quite make it. Leo Worthington-Lees being the closest, getting to, I think he was something like 12th or 13th. He's actually up next on the commentary, so look out for some salt from him. I would very much struggle to commentate this final table after very nearly making it myself. But luckily I didn't even make day 2 from 4 bullets, so much less annoying for me. It's actually been a really good tournament festival. As I said, I don't usually play them. I've done a little bit of study this week and tried to jump in there, and actually had a little bit of success with a 2nd place finish in the high roller this week. See Zimny raise the small blind with Jack 8 off and get it through. I believe he is chip leader, if I'm not mistaken. So he should be looking to put on some pressure on the small stacks here. Try and steal these blinds as the blind levels continue to increase. And here we have the payout. Very juicy looking up top. And that is the draw and the appeal with these large field tournaments. It is a lot to wade through, and you've got to fire a lot of bullets sometimes, but the reward is worth the risk. I'm recognizing a few of these faces around the final table. I've been on the table with some of these guys earlier in this tournament and other tournaments and cash games throughout the week. One of these guys will be taking home 50,000 euros. Let me hear you in the chat. Who are we supporting? Who do you think is going to win it? I'm sure there's some rails going on in the chat here, some live rails. I just had a drunk George and Leo when I was on the final table of the high roller. Folds to Matre here in the hijack with pocket 2s. Let's it go. Strong hand for our chip leader on the button with pocket 10s. This is going to be an open. And he's going to be hoping for some action. And he goes for a pretty chunky size, almost 3x the big blind. Interesting with the small blind short stack. Not giving much of a price to Mate in the big blind with the 9-3 off, not going to get any action. I'm sure he's happy to continue chipping up and add to the stack here. always a very tense silence around a big final table like this. As George was saying, there is a lot of buy-ins up top in this tournament. Huge cash out for the buy-in. So these guys are playing for a lot of money compared to what they risked here. They don't want to make any mistakes, and they all are fully in the zone. Next player to bust will be taking home 4.4 thousand euros, and the ladder climbs from there up to the marquee first place prize of 50,000. Stoiker with a potential call here from the big blind 8 off suited. Doesn't fancy it. Not sure if it's theoretically sound, but I think I probably would have flicked it in there and seen a flop. Getting a crazy price laid from the big blind ante in the middle as well. Again with the king 10 off. Seems to be the most active player at the table from my little stint here so far. Loving the graphics on the stream, by the way, guys. The little headshots of each player inside of the card graphics here. Stoiker with the decision here in the small blind, sitting on a stack of 13 million. Looking down at ace jack of diamonds, he knows that Zimny has been active so far, seems to have been raising a lot of hands. Obviously none of those have reached showdown. Could have been strong every time, you never know with card distribution. But I think this looks like a team bet to me. Looks like he agrees. It is a raise, 1.8 million. So just about a flat 3x. Makes sense since the stack sizes are short in terms of big blinds here. And looks like Zimny has plans other than folding here. Call in position or it fold. Could really apply a lot of pressure here, but I think it's unlikely that any of these players are getting out of line against him, especially out of position. He's probably thinking the same. How much he has left remaining in the stack. Plenty behind and fold. I think that is probably a good decision. Would have been, I think the 4-bet gets through. It's just going to get so much respect in this scenario. But I think against the overall range, it would be a little bit out of line. Probably one of the weak holding Stoichka and re-betting with that. He gets it through. flat try under the gun with a premium holding here, pocket queens. Graphics lagging behind a little bit here, but I'm pretty sure he's going to came in for an open. And there it is. We have a mint open under the gun. So far folded to the button, no takers. Yassi is going to put in the call with the pocket fours, set mine. The big blind is out of there, and we are seeing flop heads up. And there is a queen on it. I'm not going to get any action from the pocket fours. Interesting to see if Yassi gets out of line here. I don't think he will. Probably going to be a check fold. Plenty of hands that Matrai can get value from here. I think I would like a small sizing of 500 or 600k. The main things we're targeting here is like Jack 10, Jack 9, Ace 10, call slightly. Doesn't come up with any of those holdings. I'm not going to get any more value as expected. Aces and top set of queens that Matrai has seen so far on this final table. And no action either time, really. Rado in the chat saying there's going to be some butchered names. Apologies, guys. My rec for the trophy. Stoichka taking his time, but I don't think he had any intentions of opening to 7-4 off there. But Yassi with King 7 suited is going to be all in. 2 blinds to get through. Schmeller with the situation here. Pocket sixes, probably ahead of the button shoving range for this many big blinds. With a player behind him that hasn't covered, I think this is a dicey one. The play would be to re-jam, isolate this. If he does decide he wants to beep it here. If he knew it would be a flip, I think he would probably let it go. Continue trying to ladder. But there's plenty of stuff he's in very good shape against here. Lower pocket pairs, ace 5, ace 4, ace 3, ace 2. In which case he would love to run that. Especially covering. Call, it is. Try with the ace deuce off. It's going to get out of there. And we're going to the races. %51% for Schmeller. Wow. Action flop. Flush draw live. 2 overs or a heart now will take it home from Yassi. Schmeller now takes the lead. Asking the dealer to keep it low. And a king on the river. Mayasi doubles. Schmeller now short with 4.4 million. Almost managed to hold. Mate with an unknown hand here, a player that I've definitely come up against this week. I believe he just missed out on final table in the high roller event I took part in. So a couple of deep runs this week during the festival. We don't know what he has still. He has raised to 800k. Matyasi, fresh from the double up, is going to put in a call in the cutoff with ace-6 of spades. It's a slightly loosey-goosey one, maybe feeling himself after the double up. A little bit deeper now, feeling like he has some more flexibility in the stack. It looks like we've missed some action on the graphics here. Is this an all-in preflop? Wow, we see a reshove for Yankov in the big blind with king 10 off. Gets through Mate, and it's going to get through Matyasi as well. It's a bold one. And a healthy increase to his stack from that. I'd be interested to know what Mate actually open folded there, whether it was a big laydown. I imagine it was a steal. It looked like a pretty quick fold. Didn't really think about it much. Stoichka, Queen Jack of clubs. Going to put in the raise here, and he's going to run into Schmeller with Ace Queen of Hearts. He's all in for his 4.4 million. And Matrai with a decision, pocket nines, 9.2 million. Doesn't fancy it, puts in the fold. Stoichka looks like he's doing some mental pot odds. Looks like he's getting 3.8 million to call to win 5.8. If he calls, he is hoping to come up against the lower pocket pairs part of the range, and he is not going to do so. I think that's the right decision. Always the benefit of a min raise. Don't accidentally price yourself in against these shorter stacks. And the ace-queen suited will take it down. Stoichka with another openable hand here. 10-9 of diamonds. Interesting to see whether he still goes for the open here, or if he's going to be put off by that last hand. A little bit of recency bias, but no, he is going to. He's reaching for chips. And he's going to go for the same open size of 650k, just over a min raise. Jack 10 of spades from a try. Letting a few big hands go. This one would have been a nice 3-bet bluff. Zimny from the small blind making some moves here. Going to start applying some pressure with the big stack. We don't see a sizing yet. 1.8 million with the ace-3 off. He has that key blocker with the ace, limits some of the stronger hands that Stoichka is going to want to continue with. Ace-king, ace-queen, aces obviously is the one you really don't want to run into. And is Stoichka going to be open folding twice here? No, he's not. He's calling in position. And we could have an interesting pot on our hands here. Two of the bigger stacks at the table. And a commanding lead for the ace-3 off. The flop graphics are wrong there. I think it was ace-6-3. 10-6-3 would have been more of a spicy one. And a very routine fold. As I said, graphics incorrect there. Not just snap folding top pair. Can only imagine the adrenaline going through these guys right now. Played a much smaller final table myself recently this week. Schmeller, under the gun +2, king, queen of spades, going to be an open. Minimum sizing of 2x. Zimny looking at the chip stack with 9-4 off here. Could be thinking about getting very out of line, or possibly hasn't looked at his hand yet. I guess just getting the information in case.
Hadn't looked at his hand. 9-4 off, straight into the muck. Queen 10 of hearts for Mate in the big blind. The best hand ever created for poker. Surely he's not going to let this go. He's going to put in the call and see a flop. Danger flop for Mate from the big blind. Chmela not with that much behind. We're looking at about a 2.5 stack to pot ratio. And this could all go in the middle, guys. With stacks this short, can't really be going around folding top pair. Draws present. Mate could choose to get this in right here and now. Chmela has gone for a small size. Could choose to peel, could choose to raise call, or just jam right now. And that looks like a call. If this is a brick turn, I can... oh my god, it's a 10. Queen 10, never in doubt. It's the nuts. Could slow Chmela down a little bit with the flush completing, and we get a clean river. 2-to-1 stack to pot ratio. Chmela with some smart pot control here. Don't think he has many options. It's a very automatic call. And he's going to see the bad news. Queen 10 gets there on the turn and scoops a nice pot here. Very out of jail. A non-diamond, non-10 turn could see Chmela double up there, I think. A little bit unfortunate. Yassi with the fold under the gun, king 6 off, not going to be played. Yeah, these spots for players who play tournaments, I imagine, is just the ones where you're praying, not now. I will happily be cooled in the cash game that I play after this. Just not right now. Final table, huge pay jumps. Let me run good right now. Yankov going to raise the hijack with ace-jack. Zimny with the smart fold of the pocket threes, I think. Stack size is just not deep enough to go set mining. Going to be very difficult to navigate post-flop with low pocket pairs. Mate with the worst hand to start pre-flop. And Stoichka probably not going to call here either, despite the amazing price he's being laid. Would be fairly live as it happens, but he doesn't know that. Yankov shows the ace-jack. Interesting. Zimny raising it up again. Mystery hand. Definitely being the most active player at the table. As should be the case, coming into it as chip leader. Svoboda maybe has noticed this. I believe the shortest stack at the table seems to be thinking about it with the king 9 off here. 3 million, lets it go. And so far, looking like it's going to be a successful blind steal. Mayasi looking very excited about the pocket fours. I imagine it'll be nothing other than a call and see a flop. Wow, flops are set, lots of overcards on here. Is Jack possible for maximum damage? It goes check check on the flop. Mayasi leads out on the turn. And it looks like Zimny's got a decision. He's going to call. Possibly hands like Jack 10, Ace 10 in there as well. And that is a very bad river for Mayasi. Interesting to see what he does here. Shouldn't be worried about a higher set. It's just that Jack one-liner. And is Zimny going to represent it? Interesting, because we don't actually know if he has it or not. I'm going to try and get some live reads for you here, boys. He is going to bet it. And Mayasi is going to be facing quite a situation here. He's got a set. I don't think Zimny will be betting anything else for value. Possible, but I don't think he checks back the flop with aces or kings, since there's so much out there to get value from. So he's representing just the jack. And he chooses a pretty hefty sizing, applying a lot of pressure to the 6.8 million stack remaining for Mayasi. Separates it from his stack. It's looking more like a call. I think Zimny's got it. I'm going to make that assumption right now. I think he's got it. I think a hand like Jack 10 makes a lot of sense here, and we're going to find out. We don't know what it is yet. Oh, he looks happy. Jack 8. He did have it. Very unfortunate for Mayasi in the big blind. Gets there. The chip leader adds more to that stack. Big pot, big momentum swing here. And it looks like we have reached the break. That is going to be the last hand. We're going to take a short break, and I believe after this break, this commentary is going to be becoming a duo. Me and George of all trades, George Sanford. See you on the other side. All right, welcome back. As we see the chip count on screen here, Zimny still in the lead. Varying stack sizes from there. 8 remain in the Banco Masters main event 2022. Very shortly, George will be joining me. We will have 2 commentators on the team. Matry under the gun, playable hand. Whether he thinks it's playable now, a different question. He disagrees. Load of unplayable junk, and Schmeller's going to get a walk with the 6-4 off. George now joining me. Welcome.
Hello, everybody. Still 8 players. Wow, people are invincible, it seems.
Everyone
so
hanging on.
What have we been seeing?
A lot of folding so far.
A lot of folding, yeah. A lot of passive kind of play.
Yeah. Zimny probably the most active at the table so far. Chip leader.
Yeah.
Running things. Mate, pocket 2s. Going to go for the steal from the hijack.
Pretty wide with the deuces on a final table. Just sort of hands that don't really get V-pipped that much, but if he suspects that his opponents are on the weaker side, I can see some benefit to it. Yeah,
definitely haven't seen many 3-bet bluffs so far.
Mm-hmm.
Again, only the chip leader that has actually put one in with the ace-3 off from the small blind. Flop 2 pair, always helps.
Zimny considering the 5-4. There's just a lot of random tanking, I find.
I find this in tournaments in general,
yeah.
just completely unnecessary tanking.
Yeah, just sort of 15, 30 seconds each time, and as that adds up, that really just drains the efficiency of a live tournament, you know?
Definitely.
Which is frustrating. Stoika picking up King Queen in the hijack. Lovely hand to look down at.
I think there's always the element of TV time as well when there's a live stream.
You know, just wanting to, be
I'm definitely going to open the 5-4 off under the gun here, guys.
Whoa, snap all in. That's never a bluff, so let's see how strong. Nice. Okay.
It could have been stronger.
Could have been stronger, yeah.
Smell it?
He's just
straight out of there.
I'm going with it, and let's see. And I think for 4.7, what's the big blind level we're coming back to now? 400?
400, I think. It was 300 before the break.
And Yankov, big blind, comes over the top. Okay, I see. So
we have a queen not live.
Yeah.
That's all we know so far. Pretty much a flip.
And I think King 5 of diamonds was folded, so that's a little bit. So I'm surprised to see ace queen actually having 51%. I guess no aces in play. And maybe a 9 folded somewhere. I didn't quite see. So,
Oh.
oh, it's the queen high board.
Any clubs about? Nope.
With club, club, club. Neither player having a club. Yeah, one out now for Mathisai or some kind of backdoor clubs.
Oh,
The
that's a
8
straight draw.
is rather nice. Jack or a 7 now, and the case 9. Yankov sweating it a little bit, but in terms of getting into a flip as a 72-28 on the turn, you're happy with. So let's see if he can fade it. He does. The deuce, offsuit deuce, always a brick on the river.
And we have another player down. 7 remain.
So 7 remain and 400k big blind level. So we're probably looking at about an average stack of 30 big blinds, I would say, because it's been slightly on the slower side, having been 3 levels into the final table, only seeing 2 eliminations when we came in with 2 12 big blind stacks. Does tend to show the passivity that's been kind of seen from all players. And Svoboda still nursing that short stack. He's aware that he's going to go through the big blind ante and ante next hand. However, king 9 off, still just not really cutting it with 6 players to get through. And yeah, a wise fold. Mathieu here, we've seen him open the deuces. He might get involved with the ace 9. He looks like the sort of guy that's come here to play. And he does indeed open it up with the ace 9. Nice fearless play from a medium stack. That's always good to see. Stoiker here, tricky spot. Ace jack, do you call, do you 3-bet? If you 3-bet and get 4-bet shoved, you know, you might fold some decent equity versus like the 10s and that kind of stuff. So I think we'll probably see him peel.
I've actually seen a 3-bet from him with ace jack suited so far today from the small blind, yeah, against the chip leader. A bold play, one of the more aggressive pre-flop actions we've seen so far.
Yeah, I've seen him 3-bet ace jack. I mean button versus cut off or whatever, but he's definitely had a 3-bet frequency, which is kind of rare across the field. It looks like Zimny here with the very speculative overcall here, 10-3 suited.
Just wants to win it now, I think. He wants it done.
Just a hand that plays particularly poorly 3 ways. Your 10x is going to be dominated quite a lot of the time. You've got no connectivity on the hand. And
you just flop 2 pair, easy game.
2 pair, and it should go check, check, check. And if we see some sort of maybe
backdoor
Mate
spades
has a
for
stab
Matt
at it with the ace of spades. You could do, right?
And backdoor straight stuff as well, he could do. It wouldn't be too out of line.
Yeah, 3 ways, I think. An honest approach is kind of favoured. And the jack on the turn does give
action turn.
Action. Yeah, exactly. We've got an open ender, we've got 2 pair, and we've also got top pair, top kicker. So let's see the sizing.
Could see some damage here depending on the river.
Ah, okay. So we've got a bet and a call already.
Wow, and top.
Stoiker here, he's going to think, well, I've probably got the best hand here, but I don't really want to. I don't see raising as an option.
Ace for maximum damage. Yeah.
No, the river is actually a pretty bricky one, and has he just ripped it in?
He didn't think for long. Wow, covering both players.
Just
that's huge, right?
Jams the river, and he does
with
have
7 million in there.
9, 7, 9 in his range. He's got some Jack 10 offsuit, Jack 8, pocket 3s, Jack 3. It's a tough spot for Stoiker. I think he's probably going to work this one out. It's about a pot-sized jam within 10 seconds on a big FT.
not even 10 seconds, like 2 seconds.
Yeah.
I think he might have been let off the hook a little bit here. I think 5 million is going to be, just leave him with something. It's just going to be really hard to let this go.
Absolutely, and he does make the hero fold, which is a good play. Would have been a bit tougher if you had a hand like Queen Jack that, you know, starts to block some of those Queen 9 straights and all that kind of thing.
Looks non-believing about the claim of the
It doesn't
the hand
look
there.
like he's particularly impressed by the series of events, but unfortunate for him they were, and he does take a little bit of a hit there as the chip leader keeps amassing. And that's, I think, a common theme that you see at this kind of buy-in level. Players that are very unbalanced towards value on rivers, but also the timing of their decisions can give a hint to the strength of their hand. Snap actions in spots where they do have natural bluffs, but those would take a little bit of time to find the courage to follow through with, may give you an insight as to that they're not having so many of those bluffs. I mean, you must see this in live cash quite a lot as well, right? The big river spots for 500 big blinds or whatever, you know, there's 300 big blinds in the pot. The guy snap shoves his remaining 200. You're like, you know.
Yeah. Interestingly, it's kind of a tell the other way when the river card changes a lot.
Yeah.
And then they jam quickly.
Yeah, as if
it's
to
like,
rep it straight away.
Yeah, it's like, oh yeah, I have that gut shot they got there. It's like,
Or, flush completing river.
that'll do. Yeah. Because if you've got a flush on a flush completing river, you at least want to look like you're thinking about bluffing, right? Because you want calling. So, yeah, it's kind of
and
the
you
opposite.
don't want to make it look obvious that you actually hit the flush. Yeah.
Is that an open from Yankov on the button? It is. Zimny in small blind with ace jack. Looks like a peel.
Svoboda going for the squeeze jam with the sevens, and he's actually found himself a pretty decent spot here. Was there a bit of dead money there?
Lots of dead money. They've just both folded. I'm surprised to see Zimny fold here. If that's the case, it was. Oh no, he's called. He's called and thrown him in.
Cards
Yeah,
will be on their backs by the looks of it.
Can Zimny take another victim and add to the chip lead?
I mean, this has been a hell of a final table already for him. Queen, Queen 6, no help. Turns that could get dicey for Svoboda. Basically, any card above a 7.
Yep.
does add some spice to the run out.
Oh, that's
and
pretty bad too.
Essentially, good game, and actually, we do see that is the check mark with both of the other 7s having been folded. I would imagine. I mean, what's going on here? It's like lots of animated discussions at the table for quite a big all-in. And the king seals the deal. Svoboda, he came in short and he did quite well, battled valiantly to come out in 7th place. We'll be picking up a payout of €5,900 from the Banco Casino cash desk. And whether or not the 395 change on top of the 5,500 gets splurged on roulette, you never know.
You never know.
They do conveniently pay you in those small chips.
Yeah,
you know.
awkward amounts.
Awkward amounts. Yeah, you get the big ones and then a little bit just to have a little spin on the wheel on the way out. Why not?
Yeah, I was mentioning before, my first tournament cash in about 2 years this week.
Oh, yeah?
The high roller.
Well, you only played that 550 in Newcastle, right? And then what else did you play? That's it, right?
Yeah, I've barely played anything recently.
Yeah. Which is, I think, a good discipline. You know, cash is generally where the money is.
Yeah. I to be honest, I've really enjoyed it this week, though. Like, just a little bit of a change of pace,
Something
mixing it
different,
up a little bit, yeah.
Seeing poker in a different sense as well, you know, it can be easy to get lulled down into, you know, same kind of players in your local cash game, go in there grinding. You know, there's a lot of new things, new people, new kind of characters to come up against.
Yeah.
People in different parts of the world do tend to play slightly different as a population, you know.
Definitely noticed that.
Yeah.
I think Americans bluff more than English
American
people.
Yeah, English people don't bluff that much, and I think Slovakian people, I would say, bluff even less. But yeah. The Hungarians I played against, the recreational ones, not the online guys, but they seem to be quite splashy actually. Lots of random aggression, just opening as many hands as they can.
The fun way.
Yep.
We've got another blind mystery hand for Mate from the big blind.
He's been quite active, hasn't he?
He has,
And
for
looks like
kind of a
he's
middling
shoving, does
start.
he?
He's not, surely.
Oh,
Wow.
he's all in.
And
And
looks like
this
we're going to
is
get an unnecessary tank here.
Yeah. Whoa, what's...
What has happened here? So also Mate 3
onto
bets.
the flop here. So Zimni's... I don't
He's
think
not
this
calling.
can be right. Surely he's not just limped the button as the chip leader. Would be ridiculous, right?
Oh yeah, I was thinking it was a 3 bet.
He's limp called the button as the chip leader, right? Which is obviously a bit of a glaring error. However, we do get to the flop of Ace Jack 8, and now he's tanking with just the bare gut shot versus a range that's just going to have loads of
Ace
Ace
King,
King,
Ace
Ace
Queen.
Queen, Ace 10, Ace 9 suited, you know, all of that kind of stuff. And the bluffs, not many.
Shows the big fold.
Yeah, and Mathieu is just going to quietly slide that hand into the muck. I would imagine that was...
I think that had an ace in it, most
Yeah,
likely.
yeah.
He shows one, didn't actually catch what it was. I imagine it was an ace, George.
You'd have to think so, right? Chip value.
I hope it was just a 2 or something.
If you just windmilled the offsuit 2 there,
Yeah.
that would be always quite entertaining. So what have we got here? Can you chip value, please? Says tag twice. Yeah, so the whites, I believe, are 100k, and the reds are 500, and those are the only 2 chips in play right now. So 6-handed, playing for the big bucks, 50,000 euros. That's 300 buy-ins of 170, which is the price all of these guys paid at the cash desk to get their name in the mix. And here we are, where 10 starting stacks is the big blind. So always quite an interesting one. In such big field tournaments, all of the landmines that you have to go through. One of our friends, Leo, he came into day 3, sitting pretty, second out of 16, and a couple of, you know, annoying small pots not going his way. Then lost an all-in and got cooled, and he's out. And that's just that's how it can happen sometimes in these. So Stoika and the big blind. I think we're going to see a defend here. 8-6 suited, probably just folds the offsuit, and this one might be a little bit too good getting the price. Yeah, it needs to call 400 into a pot of 2.2 million.
Yeah, I think we both saw the value in this tournament, both firing multiple bullets into this one.
Oh yeah. This is actually a bit of a cooler flop because both players flop pretty well on a dry board where it's difficult for the other one to have a good hand. And Yankov coming out with a very quick, large bet, wants to size up, believes he's got the best hand right now. And I think Stoika is supposed to just jam here and try and clear out some hands, you know. Random hands like ace-5 with the back door, and this diamond is going to be bad news because if he faces an all-in now. What do
you think about that? Oh, and he loses.
Wow.
Max punishment.
I
was going to say, do you think you like a small bet on the turn, just a jam with the ace-7, probably still good against a lot of stuff?
I think you can do a bit of both. I would go for the small bet.
Like
I wouldn't bet so big on the flop. And he's kind of messed up a little bit the stack to pot ratio here because he's realised, oh shit, now I don't really want to jam. And this looks really suspicious if you're Yankov, right? You've got the ace of diamonds, lots of natural bluffs here, 8-5, 9-8, 10-9, 10-8. And you're clearly capping yourself when you check back the turn. I think his decision on the turn should have been to bet 25% or something like that. You know, just keeping the worst 7x, the worst 6x. Your opponent basically has no king x when he defends a large size on the flop. You know, unless he's literally got king 6 of clubs or something like that. So, oh, he hasn't gone all in. He's bet 2.1 million. Well, it's just the easiest snap of your life. Yeah, yeah. You can't fold, right? I mean, surely.
I would have called about a minute ago, yeah.
Versus the block bet. I mean, he can bet.
He could be value betting worse. Yeah, he could be 8-7. Yeah.
He can bet ace 6.
So we beat value. There's, like you said, there's tons of natural bluffs here. There's not actually that many backdoor diamonds.
Not
I mean,
many
he
at
could
all.
he could have a 2. Is he going to bet the small size with a 2? I'm surprised he's betting the small size with a flush.
Many 2s pre.
Yeah. I think there'll be some suited stuff in there.
Suited stuff, yeah, but on final tables you do start to just fold out a lot of this kind of these like bottom defense.
Does get the call eventually.
Yeah. I think he's played that one rather tenderly. And that's surprising because he was kind of, from the early rounds when I was doing the commentary earlier, he kind of stood out as maybe one of the guys that was going to be a pretty decent level and might be some kind of online player, but it could be just the pressure of the occasion getting to him there. There's nothing wrong with taking your time, but there's no reason to snap check back any turn. You know, you can think about it, right?
For sure.
Yeah, I mean, because it just instantly pervades the message to your opponent that you don't like that turn and you just want to, you know.
It's saying I have weak value, and it's a green light to bluff for the opponent as well on across plenty of rivers.
And if I'm there in the big blind and I see that snap check back on the turn, I'm like, well, this guy's, maybe he could trap with kings sometimes, but what else is he actually going to snap check back? And it's mostly, like you say, hands like 7x, pocket 8s, pocket 9s that just kind of see the overcard and instantly
that's not good.
It's a big pot. So Mathieu on the button, opening it up once again. Loves to get in the mix. And
that's an absolutely enormous open, right?
Yeah, 1.4 million. Wow. Just kind of looking to take it down, I guess.
What can I do?
He's just having the time of his life over there. Actually, it does make a little bit of sense because he's opening into the short big blind, so he's kind of giving the big blind a worse
saying,
price.
I'm not folding, you can't peel and see. Yeah,
exactly.
Does make some sense.
Prevents the stop and go, which is kind of a big blind move that you only really see in tournaments when people are shorter than 10 big blinds. You know, peel the big blind and then just jam the flop and try and get like.
And it's super annoying when you just have like queen or jack high when that happens as the button, right?
Yeah, exactly.
The nuts pre-flop for Yankov under the gun. Surely not folding. Someone actually won with queen 10 against ace queen, or king queen it was, on a queen high flop, 10 on the turn, no problem.
Boss.
Never in doubt. And we are going to see an open from Yankov. Well played, sir. Well, Zimli thinking about it again. Definitely trying to take command of this final table. I am the captain now, but he lets this one go. Looking good for the queen 10 so far. And that is going to get through.
Yep, easily done. Beating himself up a little bit on the external, just exhaling loudly there and kind of looking a little bit down at the dumps, but very standard call versus the size. He might be thinking to himself, you know, is my opponent ever bluffing for that or blah, blah, blah. But when they have worse value, you can't really ever give yourself too much of a hard time. And I believe he would bet the worst 7x there. So.
And if anything, I think maybe he got off a little bit lightly there. I think both of us in this commentary booth would have been all in, not 2 million, right?
He's got a great hand to actually call the all in with the you know, blocking
nut flush, 2 pairs.
The slow played top set that might not have jammed pre. Exactly. So king queen suited for Zimni. Has he had this kind of body language the whole final table? He just looks so relaxed and kind of laid back, right?
Yeah.
Just not really asked.
Definitely the least bothered by the occasion, I think, which has got to be an advantage over the field.
That is, yeah. A lot of people are kind of melting with the bright lights and the final table and the tens of thousands of euros that are at stake. And Yankov there, getting away from the ace-7 off versus the larger size. Showing a little bit of discipline there as one of the medium stacks. A hand that plays, just has really poor reverse implied odds, especially versus someone that is allowed to be as aggressive as a chip leader will in these final table dynamics. And as you can see, who's that there in seat 3, just kind of literally waiting for aces. Polish Poker Championship coming up later on in the year. The dates are towards the end of June. 333,000 euros guaranteed across that festival. So get yourself down here for that one. Should be decent. Always cash game action are flowing in any kind of festival here at the Banco Casino. And how have you found the games this week? Hold'em's not been amazing, I would say, or?
Not as good as I'd hoped in the cash games, but tournaments have been great.
Tournaments are great, yeah.
I've been playing the PLO just now. Very fun. Pretty new to that as well. I'm really pushing myself out of the comfort zone this week, trying some different things. Yep. I think it's good to do that, especially when you play full-time for a living.
Absolutely. Yeah, you don't want to be too one-dimensional. Right. There's lots of opportunities that can come from different areas of the game. Yeah,
and interestingly, kind of learning about PLO teaches you some concepts that are kind of relevant in Hold'em and other games as well. You can always learn different things about the game, and same with tournaments, really.
Yeah.
Causing you to kind of think out of the box, think about ranges differently, all that kind of thing is useful for your overall game.
Yeah, I completely agree. Zimny here, is he going to go for this like Queen 5 offsuit, one high card, one low offsuit kind of spicy 3-bet? Oh my god, he's going to find it.
It's going to be interesting.
This is
this is one of the things that realizing that this kind of thing is actually a thing in tournaments blew my mind as I was studying this week.
Yeah, you're blocking some of the top of your opponent's range. It looks super strong, and also, especially with the ICM.
He says, "Come at me."
Come on, then.
Let's have it. That's going to be a fold now, surely. It is as well.
Oh, wow. He's bottled it.
He actually did just talk him out of it.
Wow. Mathieu with the table talk there. Zimmy
shows him a jack. Shows him a jack to match the queen. Wow.
This guy's an absolute boss. Zimny there must have seen that on Twitch or something and thought, yeah, I could probably employ that in this spot and it will work nicely, but just didn't quite have the heart. And that's fine. It wasn't a great spot or anything. He's got Queen 5 off, you know. It's not a mistake to fold. But it's interesting to see someone get so close to making that, like, blockbuster aggressive play and just not quite being able to find it.
And as much as he has license to be aggressive right now, he also doesn't really need to put himself in any of these awkward situations, right? Out of position with Queen 5 off, all of a sudden 3-bet pot. Does he need that situation?
The problem is with Mathieu is that you shouldn't really have a defending range versus these 3-bets, you know, not much anyway, very thin. But I think he's the sort of player that's just going to flick it in.
Yeah, I agree. Not the target you want to be 3-betting with the absolute garbage.
Exactly, and he's 3x under the guns. You know, we're still 6-handed. So, yeah, lots of alarm bells there for me, and not the kind of player you want to be targeting. And if you do, maybe at least have a slightly better blocker than Queen 5. If you've got Queen 5, all of a sudden you've got King 3 off, King 4 off, Ace 2 off, Ace 3 off, you know, Queen 4 off or something. There's just so many combinations of those compared to the actual value that you have 3-betting someone who's 3x'd under the gun, which is, you know, probably.
Wow. Speaking of which, by the way.
Sorry?
Speaking of which, by the way, Pocket 3's putting in the 3-bet versus under the gun.
He might just be thinking, and I don't blame him, his hand selection is obviously rather askew, but he's probably just thinking, you know, this is here for the taking. No one's really doing anything when I find aggression. Let's have a look at this body language.
Stoichka looking a little bit more nervous.
Yeah, I think so. Mathieu's just kind of, you know, he's just in the zone right now. Stoichka's just wondering, can I shove here? Do I want to call? It's kind of awkward, you know. Wow, he just folds the ace-queen and gets absolutely wrecked by Mathieu. Show the 3 one time.
Please show a 3. Well, there's only one card there, right?
Showed a 3.
Wow.
What a boss.
Oh, this guy.
This
People's
guy,
champion.
Yeah. I want him to win now. I mean,
Yeah,
this
we're not
is
supposed to
great.
have favourites, right? But
This is a song and dance, and this is, you know, it's obviously not high-level poker theory, but what he's doing is, I think, quite intuitive in a sense, where he's just kind of seen a lot of weak action at the table, people just folding too much, and
he's now in second. He's
Yeah.
climbed this ladder,
yeah, he's found
and this
himself
is some
right in
street
there.
poker.
Some street poker, you know, and it does work from time to time. Because if people are, essentially he's in a kind of GTO land, let's say, from poker strategy, he's understood that his opponents are under defending versus aggression. That's how you'd say
Yeah.
it by the textbook way, right?
He won't be thinking of it like that,
No,
but
he
he's
just sees
intuitively
lots of
worked it
folding
out.
and he's like, right, I'm going to raise.
Yeah. Chmela all in now. Very small stack with the pocket jacks. Zimny doesn't really need to step out of line and do anything here. Does seem to be
No.
considering it, though.
I don't think this is close at all.
Yeah.
And we've seen some heroics from Matteo, but I think the 6-3 off facing the jam.
A little bit much.
Stack, yeah, would be taking the biscuits.
It's going to be a big enough shove that this isn't an auto call either.
Mm-hmm.
Shows the pocket jacks. Probably wouldn't have done that one.
I'm not sure you want to show that,
Yeah.
considering his body language and things like that, and just, yeah, just everything really. Kind of tells the table that I'm a soft big blind, and when I'm shoving, I've got it.
Yeah. Let them think you had the ace-3 off there, you know? We have another situation here where Mate could choose to get out of line, decides against, and that is very good timing as Stoichka in the small blind wakes up with pocket jacks. I imagine it's going to be a 3-bet and a fold, unless the big blind wakes up with something.
Yeah, Yankov here with a fine open. Stoica. Stack size is a little bit awkward. I think shoving is absolutely fine with the...
Looks like he's made this very small here, right?
Yeah, it's way too small. And
And
yeah,
yeah,
he's
he's
going to
gonna
get
call.
a continue from 9-8 suited, which is good and bad, you know.
Yeah, you don't mind just taking it down with all the dead
You
money
don't
here.
mind shoving actually, because there's this really short stack on there, and you're playing for so many buy-ins in terms of pay jumps that creating post-flop variance is just really difficult. And you know,
And he has the best hand here, almost locked up, and he actually doesn't love it. But
oh, that's a massive bet, wasn't it? Anything
interesting.
above quarter pot here is just too big. He's bet a third. Yeah.
yeah, I expected to see a check actually.
Yeah, same. I think you can still range bet this type of board because it's going to be difficult for your opponent to actually have an awful lot. But yeah, you're just praying for a fold there, basically.
Yeah. It's the bet half pot and pray.
Yeah, exactly. Just kind of like, I'm not folding.
Don't have a
but I
queen
am.
or a club, please.
Yeah, yeah. What's going on here? Yankov's just had enough. Just jamming King 7 off under the gun for 16 big blinds.
It's a curious one.
That is a curious one, and Zimny here is going to go through his ritual of pretending to think that he's got a decision and then end up folding.
Yeah.
Yeah, ace-9, just, I mean, it's a decent
I mean,
hand.
actually crushing in the current scenario, but it's a bit of an outlier.
Doing pretty well, yeah. How do you...
Oh.
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 No, surely not. Yankov, as you could see there with a little gulp, starting to realise that he's actually completely punted it.
The realization that this would be quite a bad way to go out, actually.
Yeah, actually, I shouldn't have jammed here. I shouldn't have opened. I should have just folded. Yeah, really not sure about this. Is Zimny going to call here for 6.3? You could see another gulp there, starting to look a little bit nervous, realizing that he's... I think his plan was just, you know what, I'm just going to get one through, and that'll give me back some of the chips I lost in some of those annoying pots. And now it's, you know, calling the 3-bet with the 9-8, bricking the flop, having to fold. And is he going to run into a hand here and get punished for this super wide jam? Not by the button. Small blind looks like he's the kind of player that's just going to wait for the aces.
What?
No, he's called. He has
Oh.
to call. Yeah,
Oh my God.
Yeah. I was going to say, you can't be that tight and make it to a final table. There's just no way. And Schmeller. He's all in for 3 million, 7.5 big blinds. And everyone on the table is going to see... Yeah.
Kings. The side eye. Okay.
Well, that's one way of doing it. Yeah.
Yeah.
That was brilliant.
that was meme worthy, that side eye.
It was, wasn't it? It was kind of like...
What?
Really? King 7 off? Jack high board, so the king now
King
no good.
no good.
Yeah. He's got
Needs
the
the
backdoor
7.
spades. Or the backdoor 8. No, that's no good.
Schmeller currently wondering how sick this would be if he does actually lose to a 7.
He loses from this board. There we go, that's the king. Lock it up.
Lock it
The
up.
nuts. Up in his seat.
Standing up.
Yeah.
Does he think he's lost? What's going on here?
He's just
You
sweating
have
the
the
river,
lock,
isn't
sir.
he? Just in case another king of clubs comes and then they have to change the bet.
Interesting that Yankov now has to continue with 3 million people on the table just seeing that.
Yeah, just like what the hell is going on
Now
with
an
this
actual
guy?
short stack that wants to shove a little bit wide, maybe.
Just kind of lost the plot there.
Not going to get as much respect, potentially.
I mean, he's got 10 big blinds now, so his jams are going to get called a bit wider.
So
and he's
how many
just
big blinds was that? 20?
14 under the gun. Yeah, 16. A monumental punt, I have to say. There's just no two ways about it. That was...
Now very alone with his thoughts.
Well, yeah, just sat
And
there,
the big
arms
blind now,
crossed.
right?
So, yeah,
In
and
the
now
big
in the
blind.
big blind and ante. I mean, that
Yeah,
might have been
2
why
more.
he shoved, but you've
Yeah.
still got
He's like, I've got
14
one big
bigs.
card.
Yeah.
I think it is pushing it.
Yeah. Even suited would be a big blunder, so to find the King 7 off jam, 6 left in probably the biggest final table of your life, there is self-destruction and then there's that, unfortunately. Quite something.
Body language is not good now either. It
Absolutely
seems
stinks,
pretty
doesn't it?
frustrated.
Yeah.
Defensive, not happy.
Mm-hmm.
And Zimny has the exact same King 7 off.
Wow. For the extra
Send
needle.
it. See, now Mate is going to fold. This would not be the time to make a wide open, I think, with a very tilted big blind with a short stack. Schmeller, can he put the final nail in the coffin here? King Jack off on the button. He's going to shove. Matrai has nothing. And what is he going to wake up with in the big blind? Ace 3 is going to be a call, surely. And this could be the final nail.
Ooh.
Or it could be as you were.
As you were, sort of doubling back up and
Yeah.
back in there. You take one, I take the next one.
Doesn't look like he loves it.
Wow, what a flop. What a flop. King Jack, 38%. Wow. I mean, that's...
Yeah, S3 favourite.
Some
Wow.
of the folding card removal, I guess, but... Tough to brick it. Yeah, there we go. There's the ace, and now a king or a jack only.
Yeah, 8%. I guess there isn't many left in the deck.
No, 3 outs.
There was the king 7 off, folded under the gun this time.
Yep. Deuce of
And
diamonds.
that is...
For a straight, a flush.
Yeah,
a pair,
I
just
thought it was a
everything.
straight flush for a second.
Yeah,
it is not.
Close. Wowzers. Easy game.
Yeah, he wins that hand in 3 different ways. Flush, straight, and top pair. All good.
Not a complete disaster, as I still believe that is, about 4 million.
Yeah.
There's about 10 big blinds left.
Schmeller swings.
The swings are pretty mental at this stage. Yeah, we've got now, he will be back up after the king 7 off blunder, and then winning that one to...
Back
what,
to
6
about where he
million?
was.
Yeah, back to sort of where
Basically, those 2 hands cancelled themselves out, I think, just about.
Ten 5 for Stoika. He's going to be out. Looks a little bit sort of a bit miffed. Schmeller finding another hand to jam. King Queen off. Easy shove and gets King 9 off. And here we go. Similar kind of situation. Yankov ace 3 suited. Kind of losing his marbles a little bit with what we've seen. Wouldn't be surprised to see him kind of just take a gamble here. I'm not sure he's supposed to call. He kind of wants the short stack to collide with the big blind a little bit more. But...
Just with the dynamic of the last 2 hands as well.
Yeah, he might, he just kind of thinks,
Can I finish him?
And for me
he's now going to get
he's
through.
Sort of, just had enough. He actually wanted to call, but he was just a bit scared about the big blind behind.
Yeah.
And so on we go.
Interesting hypothetical. If you are on this exact final table, what is your strategy at this point? How are you thinking about the flow of play? What is your strategy going to be if you're like a middling stack here? What's the plan?
That's a good one. I think that it's clear that a lot of min raising is working, kind of avoiding this Mathieu wildcard guy, I think a little bit, but just applying pressure wherever I can. But also, which is kind of what this Matrai guy is doing here, just avoiding confrontations. He's had a couple of spots where he's been kind of ducking and diving, and he does seem like a pretty shrewd player, actually. And Striker's going to call ace king, and are we going to see any drama on the final table here, which could lead to curtains for one of these guys? Are we even going to get a sweat? Let's see.
Couple of hearts for the drama.
But yeah, it depends on whether you're a big stack or a short stack. Short stack I would be jamming a bit wider because I don't think that people are calling off wide enough, and then not quite king 7 there. Right, what have we got here? This is interesting. There's backdoors for both players. Both players have 3 to a flush, so a bit of negotiations are going on here. Half the time we're going to see a pretty sweaty turn. No, that's no fun. But yeah, Yeah, it's the chip leader.
I think Matt tries saying don't even bother with the river.
Yeah, come on, let's make it official. There you go, there's the chop. But yeah, I think the chip leader could do, could be a bit more aggressive. He's like limping the king queen on the button versus that Mate guy there. Just didn't really make any sense. Why you would do that, as opposed to just opening and, you know, if he does 3-bet, then so be it. Another big event coming up, the Slovak Poker Open, €225 with the 200k guarantee. And that's going to be the 9th to the 16th of May.
You still going to be around by then?
I think I'll be coming back for that, yeah. I've got a few things to do in and around Europe. A little bit of live poker, some running event, and this and that. How about yourself? What are your movements?
Miami after here, and then Texas for the foreseeable next couple of months.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to be playing some live streams at TCH Dallas, making some vlogs at the lodge, making some vlog content.
Yep.
Hopefully meeting up with Doug Polk and Drew Nemi.
Nice. Have you contacted either of them, or?
Haven't yet. I have been in contact with Wolfgang and Rampage. Hopefully meet up with those guys and make some content together, as well as Lexo in Florida.
Yep.
Yeah, looking forward to it. That should be some nice deep stacked cash game action coming up for me. Enough of this tournament nonsense. As much as I have enjoyed it. I actually did love the experience of the final table the other day. I would love to be on this final table right now. Would be a fun experience. There's something a little bit different, you know? Like a totally different feeling to even if you're shot taking, you're playing like a bigger cash game than you would usually play with 100% of yourself. It's like a little bit of a sweat, right?
Yeah.
Like a tournament where you're playing for many X of the buy-in that you initially were in for. It's just, yeah, a different kind of sweat. You've already got a nice profit locked up, potential huge life-changing profit. And the chip leader with Ace-King now. 27 million, that must be close to half the chips in play, right?
Yeah, he's got the overwhelming chip lead, I think about 75 big blinds. We're still on... Why has he made it so big?
That is a good question.
4x. And it's only ever Ace-King that people show up with here, isn't it? Ace-King, Jacks, you know.
It tends to be the biggest sizing. Like sometimes in a cash game you'll see open, someone jams 80 big blinds, and you can just bet your house that it's Ace-King.
Yeah.
Like it's never aces because they want action.
Yeah.
And it's never like a low pair because they're scared of bigger pairs.
Mental, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just always Ace-King. That is a strange one. Because, I mean, the big blind has a hand he can defend there as well. Queen 4 of diamonds, potentially. I guess it's just the mindset. He's leading the way. Doesn't mind taking pots down and continuing that trend. And he's got to be a favourite to take the trophy at this point.
You'd think so, yeah. He'd have to be particularly not great to not be the favourite in this kind of situation. And Stoika on the button, 8-7. Yeah, just letting it go. Not really had that much.
This could be a shove.
Go his way, yeah.
And it is.
And with the ace-6 and Matro with the ace-3.
Yep.
He's going to call ace versus ace.
Plenty of chops on the runouts here.
Lots of chopping, yeah, lots of chopping. And a 3 would be obviously an elimination, and a 6 would double up Mr. Schmeller. This is always tense, these kind of situations. Are we going to see any low cards on the flop? 5-5 should be...
Yeah, it's going to be a chop.
Yeah, locking it up with a chopski.
Gonna need a 3 or a 6 for any drama.
Nope, that's 50-50 unless we can see a 3 or a 6 going to either player. It's quite easy to forget that there is still a chance to lose the hand at this stage. You're like, right, chop it up, and then, whoa,
Whoa.
He's just rivered a 3. Brutal.
4. Oh, almost, almost.
And that'll be a split. And Stoico with the 6-3, he's not going to get involved. Schmeller 6-8 deuce. Matra here with 16 big blinds, kind of an interesting decision. Yeah, he's just going to jam. That does simplify things quite easily. Oh, he's actually less effective. 13 or so big blinds effective with Yankov. I didn't realize he was slightly shorter.
Seems to be really considering the call here.
Yeah, I think it's a bit too wide.
Yeah.
The problem is that, yeah, your opponent's going to jam loads of King X and Ace X and stuff like that, but the times that you're being dominated, which is semi-frequently, you're not dominating your opponent enough, and also there's still another short stack on the FT. It just means that calling off becomes so much worse for the sort of short or medium-ish stack. And Matrai does get that one through, which is going to boost him up to just over 7 million, and Yankov kind of head in hands wondering what the hell's going on, but made a shrewd fold, I think, in the end there. I'll be right back. I'm just going to go and grab some food.
So 6 remain. Not much movement recently. Still a clear chip lead, and the rest jostling for position. Mate with a playable hand here under the gun. King 10 of diamonds. I would imagine we'll be seeing a min open. 8 or 900k would be my guess. And he's gone for 1.2 million, so a 3x. I think a little bit of an ineffective sizing here. I think a min open basically does the exact same thing, and you lose less when you have to fold. And this could be one of those situations where he has to find a fold. Pocket 9s for Matrai on the button. I think theoretically this probably is a jam, and that is what he's going to do. As George mentioned, I think Matrai seems to be one of the most theoretically sound players at the table. Hasn't really put a foot out of line so far this final table. Has dodged and dived well so far. Maneuvered himself nicely up the ladder and finds himself another nice spot here. As it turns out, Mate is actually slight favourite with the folded cards known. He's not to know that. Doesn't always need to be a flip here. Can be Ace-King, King-Queen, Ace-10 even potentially, as well as some big pairs where he's really not doing well at all. So I think the fold makes sense, and this is exactly why I think a min open is probably the most effective decision for Mate there. We're not going to be able to call an all-in from any of the players behind, or even a 3-bet, realistically. So I think lose less when we have to fold. We don't mind the big blind calling very wide and playing a position. So I think the min open gets all of those things achieved. Folds to Zimny in the small blind. And what's he going to do here with the S3? He's going to raise it up to a chunky size. Mate is going to put in the 3-bet, it looks like. Is he going for the 3-bet fold here with the 7s? Some more pretty well-timed aggression here from Mate. I think this seems like a pretty straightforward fold. Can't really call out position. I guess what he's thinking about is a 4-bet bluff jam. He has seen Mate make a few of these aggressive pre-flop actions. Maybe he's thinking he is a little bit out of line. And it would be a very, very aggressive move to jam here. Mate started with 15 million, so it's a lot of Zimny's stack to put at risk. But he does seem to be thinking about something. And he eventually folds. Mate says, what can I do? I have pocket 7s. He shows 1-7, actually. And another well-timed bit of aggression. Gets it done for Mate. Securing his spot as second biggest stack. Yankov is now going to shove the 9-7 of spades from the cutoff. And Mate, I imagine, is going to put in the call. He does. Doesn't waste too much time thinking about it. Stoichka's got an easy fold. And Yankov could be in trouble here. Mate covering and ahead. Slams down the ace-jack. Didn't even think twice. And Leo Worthington Lees joins me in the commentary booth. Aren't you on this final table? What happened?
Unfortunately, didn't make it.
Didn't make it announced.
Quite. Is this on?
It is on and echoing, but we've been dealing with that. We see an all-in here as joiners.
9-7 suited.
9-7 suited, shoves the cutoff.
Well, how many big blinds is that?
Too many. And ace-jack calls with no hesitation in the small blind. Oh. Some outs for the 9-7. Doesn't look impressed. Wow. Gets there. Mate furious.
Sharp that, to be fair.
It's an ambitious one. Seems pleased with himself.
Blockers are so important in ICM. So important.
So you mean you'd rather just have any big card?
You'd rather just have like King Deuce suited or like Ace Deuce suited than 9-7 suited.
So funnily enough, this player, just for some context to catch you up, this player did just jam one orbit ago under the gun 14 or 15 big blinds with King 7 off.
Jesus.
Got called.
This guy.
Yep. The one that's just scooping this one.
What are those red chips? 500k?
They are 500k, yep. So he is now up to actually a pretty healthy stack. Mate, that called that off, was second in chips. And probably drops down to about fourth, about a middling stack now.
Yeah.
He's been the most entertaining at the table so far, very animated. The most action pre-flop. He's kind of...
him a little bit today.
Yeah? He was on your table, what did you think?
It was, yeah. It was a bit weak, I would say. A bit like a recreational, a recreational player.
Yeah, I think the signs are there that he's recreational, but he's actually been the opposite of passive so far. He's probably been the most aggressive player at this table.
He just did a lot of like cold calling and passive action earlier.
Yeah.
That was also,
All right, it's interesting that he's kind of changed gear then so far.
yeah.
He's been the one player at the table so far. Everyone's been quite locked up, tight, kind of aware of the occasion, and he has been the player that's kind of stepped out of line the most. We've seen him put in some spicy 3-bets, well timed. Always so far, and he just gets a little bit unlucky there. He finds the light jam, gets it in ahead, and gets sucked out on.
Not much you can do about that. This guy is pretty good.
Yeah, he's seemed the most solid at the table so far. Hasn't really stepped out of line.
What's his first name? You know?
Nope. Matre.
Him on day 2 and day 2 on 2 different tables.
Yeah, seems
for
solid.
quite a long time. Yeah, he was really solid.
Yeah, hasn't really made any mistakes. Mate, the hand after doubling up the short stack with King Queen off on the button. Chance to get some chips back here.
Yeah, you could go for an open jam of this.
He's going to make it that many. Looks like 1.5 million or 1.6. Bit more.
It's fine. I mean, the correct strategy, which I should say, is raise or all in, like min raise or all in. Is you don't really use.
It's like an in between.
Big opening sizes in many tournament situations. Only at very early stages, but whatever.
Schmeller, short stacked. He has a pair in the big blind. Has he said all in? Yep.
All in.
What do we think of that one? Seems fine.
Yes.
Against the button
Standard.
open. Yeah.
With less than
And
10 bigs. If you had
flipping.
like 10 bigs or 11 bigs, you could peel your weakest pocket pairs, and just kind of set mine. You could just peel like deuces, threes if you wanted to, but shoving them also fine because the button range is so wide, especially with a guy like this. Like, it sounds like he's been pretty active. So.
Yeah, definitely the most active at the table.
And
And he's going to be down to 6.8 million if he doesn't manage to win this one.
has to call the king queen.
Oh, that's actually... looks like he's complaining, but that's actually a very good flop.
Yeah, I mean, you can
He now needs a 3 or any card above a 2, which is any card, to have lots of ways to win that isn't hitting a king or a queen now.
Yeah, hearts obviously.
Paired flop, very good for the king queen. And there you go. 1 out remaining for Schmeller. Fist pumps for Mate. And unless he manages to lose to a 1-outer, he is going to be chipping back up. Oh, full house. Unnecessary. And he's back up to 15 million. Loves it. Playing up to the cameras. No handshake for the eliminated player. Get out of here. And we are 5-handed. Mate back into second place. And he climbs the ladder.
Back into second with what's that? That's only like 8 mil.
He's got 15.
He had some red chips there, did
Yeah,
he?
that's back up to 15 million now.
Hand, and then it was another like 4, 15
Yeah,
mil.
chip leader has about 26 or 7 at the moment.
And
And then everyone else is kind of in between, yeah. So
This guy was a
400
bit-
now.
I think there was a couple of spots where he potentially folded a hand he wasn't supposed to fold, like a little bit on the tighter side of yellow
Yeah.
hoodie.
Oh, we've seen that today already, actually. Yeah, one of
That was
the
a
spots I was
similar
talking about with Mate being a little bit active and aggressive, especially pre-flop. This guy in the yellow opened under the gun. Mate 3-bet the big blind with pocket 3s. And yellow jumper just folded ace-queen. No problem.
At the final table.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
There's the ICM implications there, I guess, but it felt a little bit weak, a little bit like I can be pushed around. I mean, obviously the players aren't seeing the live stream hands, but they may be getting texted them
yeah.
half an
Depends
hour
obviously
behind, you
how
know.
far in it
Yeah.
is, how much information they could have had by that time, and
Yeah.
and what the stacks are. There would be certain stack setups where he just kind of has to fold, but
Yeah.
that is ICM. Sometimes you have to fold very good hands.
And again, this looks like too big of an open, right, from Yankov. The big blind
1.3,
is
500k, right?
500k. So it's almost 3x, a little bit too big,
Yeah,
but
it's a bit big.
if it's a min open, this is just like an automatic call from a try, right?
Yeah.
And it
he's
just makes it a
probably
little bit difficult.
He's probably going to call anyway. Suited
Yeah.
king's pretty good.
Nope.
Okay, fair. Decides he's
Yeah,
just gonna
I think if it is a min open, he just absolutely doesn't even think twice there. And I think it's just a little bit too big.
It's going to be dominated pretty often by like king, queen off and stuff.
Yeah.
King, jack off is going to make up a massive part of the opens.
And I don't think Yankov minds getting the fold from something like king 5 there. I think he's happy just taking the blinds. Continuing. No difficult spots.
Red Hoodie was quite an interesting character too. I played with him yesterday and today as well. He was a bit a very physical telly person.
Okay. Me and George are actually commenting on how his body language so far this final table has been definitely the most relaxed, seemingly the most at ease with the situation. Probably good signs from his body language. Funny that you should mention he was giving away live tells, because most of the time on this final table he's been slumped in his chair with his hoodie kind of over his face a little bit, so I don't know whether someone has maybe told him.
A couple of times. He also has a lot of differences in timings.
Oh, this is a spicy open from Stoichka.
Yeah, this is...
I think the graphics are a little bit wrong. I'm pretty sure he's the button. And Yankov... Big blind. I imagine we'll see a call, but
1.2 mil.
Would you like a shove here with this hand?
If it's the button, if it's against the button.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is supposed to be the button here. I think this is, yeah, like.
He is the button. Yeah, I wouldn't mind a shove, especially against this guy.
Who you think is overfolding?
Yeah, who I think has been overfolding a bit. I would take a shove quite often, but it's also fine. Defending the suited ones is fine, and it's going to be the more common.
So you would rather shove like ace-2 offsuit, for example?
Yeah,
because it's just less playable.
Like ace with weak kicker that will get him to fold better offsuit stuff. So like obviously if you shove ace deuce or ace 3 off, you get him to fold like ace 6 off, ace 7 off, ace 8 off, ace 9 off.
Great result.
And also a bunch of like king highs and queen highs, so they're good at just clearing out equity. But you don't necessarily want to shove like ace 10, because then it gets to the stage where he's only folding the ones that are worse and he's cooling off when he has better. So you defend those a lot more.
We've missed a little something here. Yankov actually led the flop with the ace-2 of clubs, and he's betting again now, and that is not going to get a fold. And he didn't even go a big sizing on the river here to put pressure on. Any pair is likely calling that size.
Just trying to get ace high or something to fold, isn't he?
I guess so. And he seems happy with himself.
Like it was just a bang, 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 bang. Hand. Like there's not very much thinking going on, and often when the hands go super fast and there's a fast bet on the river, that's a sign of.
I mean, yeah, no one's ever folding any queen there, right? Most pairs for that size,
small,
even.
Yeah, he bet one big blind.
Yeah, basically any pair.
Just goes, oh, whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, very.
Yeah, just not putting him in a tough spot. Not really, like a bluff size. Like if you're trying to make anything reasonable fold, you want to be putting on more pressure than that. Yeah. There's 5 people left in the tournament. You know, you can really apply some pressure there. But yeah, either way, I don't think he's folding that hand. He even had a spade with it and a 5 that blocked the straight. I think he's just calling any size anyway.
Yeah, very, very wide open in the first place, but
yeah.
We'll skip over that. What we got? Up to 17 mils, a nice stack.
Actually in the cutoff this time. Let it go with the king deuce off.
The button though, isn't it? Is there?
No. Yes.
Domination Nation.
And this limp from the small blind is pretty standard stuff in a tournament as well, I believe.
Yeah, you should ISO this hand in the big blind though.
Right. Because just, again, not playable, you're in position.
Yeah, not playable, and it's about like just how the ranges match up. His range is going to be very weak, and a lot of weak hands, but that are connected and have equity, but can't really continue versus a big ISO like 8-9 off, 9-7, 9-7 off, stuff like that. That's like pretty playable. And we also get him to fold some stuff like Jack 5 suited, Jack 5, Jack 6 off, Jack 7 off, Jack 8 off that limp. They're not going to want to call like a 3.5x off this kind of stack.
And what do you think of the check call from bottom pair flush draw here?
Yeah, fine.
Yeah.
You can really do anything. Check jamming just doesn't really make very much sense. Like you've got a lot of equity.
I was just thinking in a limp check situation whether it was better to lead. But
you could lead.
Yeah,
you could lead.
You just got so much equity, and you don't really care if he raises.
But it can make it tricky on later streets where you just end up, when you end up getting to the river with just a 7 without improving it, can make it
like
a bit
this.
more tricky.
I mean, this is actually a pretty tricky spot now as well, right?
Yeah. So what's happened? Check.
So he's now value betting a very small size, even smaller than the flop bet actually.
600 as well.
So it's one big blind into a lot more than one big blind. And I'm actually surprised he hasn't called already. There we go. Just making sure that he gets called by anything. Maybe even ace high there.
I think we just fold this 7 on the river, to be honest.
Really?
Yeah. Versus this guy, not versus him. Like if it was him betting against himself, because we've seen him do weird stuff and
random bluffs and
quickly, but this guy's been like he's a bit funky, but he's played relatively solid. So I would just assume that this is always a value bet.
Yeah.
He's never just bluffing.
He's not bluffing for one big blind, right?
One big blind in position, so I just fold a 7.
Yeah. Yeah, that kind of makes sense.
Because he can be value betting an 8 or a 7, but
yeah,
just fold a 7, or turn your hand to a bluff. Jack 9 off under the gun. Where's the chip leader guy? He is in the...
He's the furthest to the right now, so he'll be the small blind,
So this would be a pretty good spot for open for this guy because all the other 2 stacks behind him are both quite short, so they're quite handicapped. They're in kind of push-fold mode. He's got a reasonable hand against the big blind who can defend some suited stuff that we dominate, or even like 10-9 off. And the only player who's got chips is in a small blind, so he's going to be less incentivized to play hands against.
And he's just going to
shove.
Oh, baby. This is huge. This is a monster pot. Oh, my God. For a huge chip lead for Mate. This is for 30 million.
Yeah, it's a big shove.
And it's going to leave Zimny, if he loses, with 13. Barely even second. And he is not happy about it.
Hands like A7 off, though. They're dangerous.
Dangerous. Has the over. As you see, this is a disaster situation, and he has 31%.
It's not that comfortable when you're the queens.
Oh, now it is. Now it's pretty comfortable. And he's happy with himself. He loves the fist bump. Yeah, there is turns that leave him not as comfortable. That's not one of them. Wow. And a huge swing in the chip lead to the people's champion, Mate. Who is just thriving in the moment. Absolutely loving it. Wow. And a huge pot slides that way. That's really going to change the dynamics now as well. I wonder whether Mate...
Yeah, it seems like he'll be...
I don't think he'll be hanging back and sitting on his laurels here. I think he will play as you're supposed to, I guess, with the big the big stack and put a lot of pressure on the other players. Maybe even more so than the previous chip leader, who now drops down to third with 27 big blinds. Mate actually with a very convincing chip lead now. More than half of the chips in play, if I'm not... No, I am doing it slightly wrong. Just under half the chips in play, yeah. He's got just about double second place. So lots and lots of breathing room.
What's this payouts?
So the payouts may show just after this, but it's 50k for first, staggering down from there.
They had the previous ones in.
Yeah. I believe the last cash out was about 5,000 or 6,000.
Yeah, I think fifth is 10k. 10,500.
And that is very much going to change the dynamic. I'm very interested to see how he plays it from here. I think he'll be very lag. I think he's going to be very out there. He's going to make some wide opens. I just hope he uses a small sizing and he doesn't start 3xing trash, which can get dangerous. So in this situation, I asked a similar question to George while he was here. What would your plan be? Let's say you're now Mate, who's just taken the chip lead from being in second here. What's now your plan going forward from here? What's the game plan to try and win?
You just open basically every single opportunity that you get.
Anytime it's folded to you, you just min opening?
Not every time, but a lot of the time.
Yeah.
Like
anything remotely playable, right?
Anything remotely playable.
Queen 8.
You're going to be opening that
wow, straight away he has a situation where he might have fancied it a little bit there, but he says no, I will keep it.
Small blind. Yeah.
Stoichka, if he knew that it was a flip, would probably call, but how could he know? And Yankov probably the one on the chopping block now. He's been all in at risk a few times.
3 betting as the chip leader, but he can also. It depends how many. What did he have left? About 14 mil.
Yeah, he's
third
now.
15, so he's got about 13, right?
Yeah.
So that's 21 bigs, 22 bigs left, and then this guy's got 17 mil. So if ever like he's the cut off and he's the button, and he has a hand like pocket 4s or pocket 5s, he can just open jam 30 bigs or like ace queen.
And makes it really hard to call, right?
He can't call it off with anything, and then he's just shoving into the 2 short stack big blinds. But he's also just gonna, if yellow top knew what he was doing, he would be jamming a lot versus his opens.
Yeah, because he doesn't really want to call it off and put his chip lead at risk now, right? He's happy
like
just.
Ace king off, you don't want a free bet call.
Yeah.
And we can 3-bet this guy's opens a lot, but it really depends how people adapt.
Yeah, and now we would like to see a min raise with this kind of hand in this situation, for example, but
all day long.
I think it's going to be a bit too big. Yeah, 1.6.
Standard open anyway, 1.6, 2.5x, a little bit over.
Yeah.
But this is okay because it just allows you to win more chips pre-flop, and it stops the. This is
going to be jam fold, presumably.
Yeah, it's just going to be a jam. He would probably just peel like aces.
Yeah, set the trap.
Go low SPR to the flop. Assume you're going to get c-bet 100%. But queens just need loads more protection. Gets it through. Some of the Slovakian middle-aged to older guys have got a bit of game that you don't see in other countries. You don't see the 40-year-old, 50-year-old English blokes really like. But also they show quite a good understanding a lot of the time. It's not just like they're messing around and just kind of pulling the trigger all over the place. Like they often
it's a little bit calculated.
They often have relatively solid ranges and stuff like that as well, and they play kind of a aggressive and tricky way, which makes it hard to play against. But a lot of people play far too straightforward, but not these kind of Central European guys love a battle.
Yeah, fairly reasonable frequencies from some of the guys in the fields I've noticed. But also, in general, I think the field's very good value. As you know, running deep in this one today, I had a similar situation in the high roller earlier in the week. Much smaller field, much less stressful to get through. But plenty of value to be found in these live tournament fields.
Tournaments are very, very intricate, so naturally people make a lot of kind of mistakes, and the more you know, the more mistakes you're able to take advantage of, I guess. Good open. I like the fold of ace deuce.
Yeah, just hard to play out of position.
Too shallow, like stacking off even with top pair on ace high board is not that great because the guy's usually not going to get it in with much worse. And you're kind of forced to stack off, and obviously hitting a deuce is usually relatively meaningless. You don't get to play any of your back doors or your gut shots at this kind of stack depth, so it's really all in or fold. All in, not a bad option there at all.
And Mate has just got up and walked away from the table with the chip lead.
Yeah, as you do.
Who cares?
Five-handed as well. Unbelievable. Something.
Five-handed in a huge final table. Just take a toilet break. Have a walk around.
Though, should probably be opening the 9-3 suited there because you effectively become the chip leader once the chip leader folds.
That makes a lot of sense, yeah. Got everyone at the table covered.
You got everyone at the table covered. The
This
big
is gonna be
blind
an
is
all-in.
one of the middle stacks, so he's under the most pressure to fold.
Has he just... What? That's surely a shove, no? He's just open fold. Oh.
No, he
Oh, he did fold. He did shove, and the king 7 folded. Okay.
Yeah, king 7 folded. King 7 would be close to a call.
Mate back just in time for the big blind.
Huh?
Mate back just in time for the big blind.
Playing the important positions. Don't worry about my button and my cut off.
Nah. When I've got chips in play.
It's this iPhone.
Stoichka. A little bit of a premium in this kind of situation. Yes, queen under the gun. Probably not planning on folding it this time. And he makes it 1.3 million. Mate in the big blind does come along with the ace-3 off, and he finds himself in that kind of awkward, dicey situation you said you would rather avoid with the offsuit low ace-x.
Yeah, this would be actually a great spot to free bet pre-flop. These offsuit, weak offsuit, ace-x. Anything that can make a hand of the same hand class that's better fold becomes a pretty good bluff in ICM situations.
Oh, this would be a pretty good time to bluff now. Take a little stab.
Yeah, definitely. This board really hits the big blind range a lot better. But his ace high does have showdown.
Yeah.
But I would like to start betting so that we can kind of barrel a diamond a bit more credibly as well on the river. Because we'd start to bet a lot of our flush draws on the turn, and we do have the ace of diamonds. So
you don't really mind folding out king queen, right? It's not the end of the world. But now he's going to bet and get absolutely snapped.
Yeah.
And it's going to be a chop.
Yeah. Yeah, I really like a free bet there. We put ace queen off in the bin.
And that's actually the exact situation where he folded ace queen off earlier. Obviously, Mate is not to know that.
And now the jumps are even bigger, and the stacks are even closer, and the short stacks are.
He just really doesn't want to get. Yeah, this was chip leader in second now as well. So he really doesn't want to get tangled up in a big pot at this time of the final table with 3 smaller stacks than him.
But yeah, definitely we want to bet the turn if we don't go for free bet pre. It's not mandatory free bet pre, but those are good hands to do it with. Bit of equity, 30% against the hands that peel as well, like the 10s and 9s and stuff like that want to peel.
Yeah.
Ahead of some stuff that peels, and just having a really nice blocker to getting jammed on. It's going to be a min raise. Nothing for anybody else. What we got in the big blind? 850 in the bin. Next hand. Not channels, not again.
Just looking up night destinations following the celebrations of the end of the festival. The boys may have to charge. UK Takeover, Bratislava 2022.
Almost went
in the
so
mix.
Well. There was almost a good reason to have a party.
Yeah, you should have just won it, really. I should have won on the other day. Yeah.
But what can you do?
That's so annoying. Like, I had the second best result possible, and I still went home pissed off.
Yeah.
I was still disappointed.
But they're much more just enjoyable than cash. I mean, I get bored after a couple of hours sitting here grinding these cash games, or any cash games for that matter, just because it's
the same all the time.
Repetitious, you know, same starting stack every time. And there's no
nuance, I guess.
No story, you know. Tournaments are a bit of a story. Open, close.
Yeah, I get that. The levels are always going up. There is a bit more dynamic and nuance. I've heard it described before as tournaments are more of a science and cash is more of an art form. There's
other way around, I think.
You think? Yeah. I
Cash
thought you
cash
might
is
thought
the
that.
science. Just GTO solved ranges, and then you play from there. And tournaments, I think, are the arty one. Is the art.
Actually, I think I agree. From the little bit of stuff I've started looking into, it's like a situation early in the tournament could have a completely different correct way to play it than the exact same spot. Like you might be in the big blind with a certain hand, and it's a totally different output, or like the correct thing to do is totally different in the early stages and the final table, for example.
Way different.
Whereas in a cash game, the right thing to do is always going to be call or 3-bet or fold, right?
And even like the change from having 40 big blinds to having 30 big blinds or
stack
30
size
big blinds
too.
to 20 big blinds, things change completely. So
whereas again in cash,
different.
having 200 big blinds to having 120 big blinds is going to be the same.
Exactly the same.
Yeah.
You maybe make 1 or 2 very small changes, but
yeah, you just have like more hands that make random sneaky nutted things the deeper you get in cash.
Tournaments is like you have to kind of start anew every hand. When you play cash, you immediately know
what's up.
You look at your hand, you know whether you're going to open. In tournaments, it doesn't work like that at all. You need to take into account everybody's stack at the table, the stage of the tournament that you're at, what things are relevant. Is there a pay jump coming up? Is there a ladder coming up? Is it near the bubble? Is it near the final table bubble? Is it the final table?
Yeah.
You know,
like who can I put pressure on,
exactly.
Right?
There's so many things before you even open a hand, and that's what I enjoy about tournaments.
Mm-hmm.
Gets it through. Ace on the button. Pretty standard.
One of my followers in the chat, Ryan Polekis, Ryan the Rock on Instagram, everyone go follow him, says, Sam, do you think he should be betting flop with ace queen there? No, I think it was 8-4-5 rainbow. I think checking back is probably fine.
Checking back, and I would just check back some over pairs as well, because you're like second in chips versus first in chips. So just when you do have an overpair, when you do have an overpair here, getting check raised and ending up getting it all in by the river is not a good thing at all on a board that favours the big blinds range so much. So you're going to want to like just check back some hands like queens, kings, aces, just to kind of not get it all in by the river, basically. And you also just allow the big blind to bluff a board that's good for his range.
That was my main point. I think Mate, there's definitely a decent argument for him leading the turn. He had a gut shot. His ace high might be good. Like you don't hate it if two overcards that are live fold.
And if his ace high is not good, he can get better ace highs to fold. He's probably not just going to call the turn with his ace highs. I imagine they're just going to fold because
not every time, at least.
Yeah, exactly. 10-8.
Demetrius, hi everyone. Shout out to everyone in the chat. Thank you all for watching. 300 strong and has been throughout this stream. Nice. Pretty healthy following.
Nice.
For the final table of the Banco Masters 2022. And once the dust settles on this tournament, there is only one real decision left to be made.
What's that?
Where do we go drinking? Bratislava. What nightclub will be accepting the poker elite of Europe? But it does look, from a quick search, like there's a few places open late on a Monday night.
A few places?
Yeah. We have some options.
Where are the other ones?
Masquerade Club.
Don't know where that is.
Duplex Dance Club sounds dodgy. It looks like Channels. Have you had a bad experience at Channels?
No, it's just where everybody goes all the time, and it's quite small and just a room where everybody. The only thing I don't like about being in Bratislava is that people can basically just smoke everywhere.
Yes,
and I find it very invasive.
It's just kind of like, especially I'm here short term, right? I'm not living here in like an apartment. I'm in a hotel. I brought a suitcase full of clothes to wear, and every time I wear one shirt once, it stinks of smoke.
Yeah, no matter what you do or where you go.
Yeah. So now it's like, well, I can't wear that again now.
Yeah, I feel you. And I've just had I used to smoke, and then I quit years and years ago, and I've got that like taste back in your mouth where you just get dried out and you just get like, it's not nice, and I recognise it, and it is. I don't know. Hopefully, one day in the future, maybe they'll ban smoking inside.
Well, it is like everywhere else, right? It's like the only place I've ever been.
Like it now, and that's the one thing I don't like about coming here, but I still come here because the game is so good. But I do wish I prefer it so much when the tournament's like upstairs or in this room where we are now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're in the, what's it called, the Azai room. There's like a Japanese restaurant by day. Or,
Indian restaurant by day.
Yeah. And Zimny, former chip leader, all in against Matrai with pocket nines. He's ahead right now. I imagine it's going to get through unless we see a monster under the bed anywhere through here, but it doesn't look like it. King Jack, the only one with any kind of decision, and I think it's going to be a pretty routine fold for what we have identified as probably the most fundamentally solid player at the table. And Zimny adds to the stack as he tries to climb back up that ladder. Matrai, now the short stack, 9 million. Some decent looking stats there, as we expected. Mate with what I imagine will be an open on the button.
Yep, standard open with an ace in your hand when you're a chip leader. Any position when you're five-handed.
He makes it like 3 and a bit X, a little bit excessive, I think.
Yeah, I mean,
Stoichka just folds the Jack 10 suited, and Matrai is going to fold as well. I mean, is that a benefit of open to this slightly bigger size? Like, those are two hands that could have done something there.
What's the Queen Deuce suited? Yeah.
Queen Deuce suited can call the big blind. Jack 10 of hearts in the small blind could put in a 3-bet potentially. It's just, it discourages that a little bit, and you don't mind. Like, if you get 3-bet, you have to fold the S5 off there, right?
Yeah, of course.
So, is that kind of a good thing for just making it one big blind more? He just gets to win the hand rather than potentially getting 3-bet or having to play against the Queen 2, which isn't doing too bad against him.
Yeah.
I guess so.
But
for me personally, I'm always min opening there. I don't know if that's...
Yeah, it would be like min or sometimes bigger than a min, but probably never really a full 3x. Just like a 2.5 does the same thing. But also, when you have a hand like ace-5, you're usually ahead of basically every hand that defends out of the big blind. And you're not really at much of a disadvantage because you've got the best hand and you're in position and you're the chip leader. So
lots of positives there, yeah.
Huh?
Lots of positives, not too many.
I mean, everything, each option has its pros and cons, but pretty standard to just open to a normal size min raise. Open this one too.
Yeah, I think I would min raise that too.
I don't think I would fold the Jack 10 suited even.
You think even against the bigger size, you would jam or
I would
call?
Call, yeah. Those
just
kind of hands are so strong. Yeah. There are only a few hands I would call with. Like I might even fold 10-9 suited, but like Jack 10, Queen Jack suited, King Queen
just
suited.
Too good.
You can't really fold those kind of things. Like you have to play some hands because
what's going on here with the limp small blind with ace jack? What do you think of this rather than like a jam, for example?
He obviously thinks the big blind's a kind of splashy player. So,
so he's limping just to snap it off.
Yeah, he's nipping, snap it off, and because he basically never has to fold on the flop, he always gets to see at least 80% of the board, if not more. Yeah. And he's just going to keep in a bunch of these type of hands that he dominates.
And it's just going to stab,
and
you can just
call. Check call here, with the ace of diamonds overcard, and the best hand sometimes.
Ooh,
great turn card.
Spicy turn for the boys.
You could go for a check jam here, but yeah, it does go check. Jack of diamonds picked up a bit of showdown value as well.
GG Yankov. Oh no, I mean we've got like a 2 SPR, but this is going to be blood to some extent for sure.
Yeah, maybe not. It depends if we find the check on the river.
Check jam would be absolutely naughty.
But yeah, it looks like he's just going to go for value, which probably doesn't. It's just going to get called.
Yeah, just a side call. Oh my god. Yep, he realizes his jack is no good. Yankov now very at risk. What is that? 8 big blinds?
Yeah, he bet like 2.2 mil on the river, so he's probably got down to about 5 mil.
Yeah, 4.6 I think the graphic suggested. So what's that, 8 or 9 bigs?
And it's a small blind now. So
yeah. Oh, it's 600k.
600k, so he's got about 7 bigs.
Definitely the next one in the chopping block needs a double up.
Not sure we need those kind of stats on a €170 tournament.
What was it, like VPIP? And
Just like VPIP went to showdown. Or like,
yeah, and it's just for the final table as well, right?
Yeah, just for the final table. It's just they're meaningless stats at this point. You got absolutely no sample.
Yeah.
Open. When you're a chip leader, you just get to
do what you want.
Yeah, just absolutely put the hammer down. Yeah, this is too tight for sure. For sure.
Especially as one of the guys who's one of the biggest stacks, who's this guys, who are the only ones who can really like 3-bet you, not all in, and kind of cause you problems. The two short stacks are in jam mode, and so is he. He's just going to be calling or jamming versus open, right? But this other guy can 3-bet, but he's also one of the tightest players. So you can just open everything.
And look, and as we see, it would have got through here, and instead Zimny gets this walk.
I mean, 5-handed. You get it through so much when you're a chip leader. When you get to this stage of the tournament, this is where things start to.
And just taking the blinds, like in cash, for example, taking the blinds means basically nothing. You win a couple of big blinds.
Yeah.
Here
it means
it's a lot
because it's not
just these little pots.
Your stack. It's because you're taking it away from everybody else, and then when the blinds go up again,
you've just got more of a hold.
When you're the chip leader at this stage, you want the blinds to get as big as quickly as possible, because then you just start to be able to shove more and more and more, and people just have to fold more and more and more because they don't want to be the next person to bust. The beauty of tournaments. I was looking forward to a good final table bash, but
would have been nice to be commentating on your play right now. Actually, to be honest, I was disappointed. You should just be better at poker, really. Just get there.
Should stop getting cooled.
Yeah, you should have just fold the 2-pair, man.
All in on the button. So what we got? 7 bigs.
Mate's just going to call blind, surely. What's he got?
He's shoving into 2 of the bigger stacks.
Yeah, what can I do?
Yeah. Gets it through.
Yeah. It's a pretty healthy increase to the stack as well. He's just added about a quarter onto his stack there.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can be more risk. You can take more risks
when you're the shortest stack, right? Because you've got nothing to lose at this point. Like, you're the most likely to go out next anyway.
Exactly.
Might as well get after those blinds, that dead money.
Doesn't mean take the piss completely, though. You still got to have some strategy, but.
Yeah, as the next vlog will show, you were in the real for my final table. Briefly credited as coach in charge of the charge to
coach in charge of tournament operations.
Yeah.
Tried to show the boys how it's done.
Yeah.
Really wanted to go on stream and show them how it's
put on
done,
a masterclass.
Yeah.
The Leo tournament masterclass.
Very zoned in indeed this tournament. But
damn.
Yeah, you can't win them all. Or any of them, for that matter.
Yeah.
Yep. 1.6 mil. This is a big open as well.
This achieves less because they're both quite deep. Well, this achieves more, because they're both quite deep, so you disincentivize them from continuing, which is really good. Like, the short stacks are not going to be so influenced. They're going to kind of fold at a similar range. They are obviously going to fold more to the bigger open, but they're kind of handicapped anyway just by being short. But
yeah,
I like it against these guys.
Yeah, so his button he's opening into the 2 stacks that actually can peel and see a flop, and it's not all of the stack. Yeah.
Whatever. So making it bigger makes it harder for them to 3-bet as well.
Yeah. That's true. Just adding like half a big blind or a full big blind has like an exponential effect on what size the 3-bet has to be, and when it eventually crosses that threshold of like, I might as well just go all in now because I'm committing too much of my stack, and then it just reduces the hands that they can actually do that with. They can't have really bluffs as much once that's the case. Yankov, is he fancying it with the king 6 off here? This is the exact same situation we saw him in earlier.
He's one of those players that sees that he's in the big blind next
hand. And he has gone all in with the king 6. So he hasn't learned his lesson from the king 7 off earlier.
Terrible shove. Do not try this at home.
He's going to get through, it looks like.
Well, it depends.
We see what the big blind has. Big blind most likely to call, obviously.
Nope.
And no. Gets it through again.
Value shove.
Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. I have 8 big blinds now. I'm going to have 6 next hand.
Yeah, I don't want to, because they feel like once they go through the blinds, that's it. They got no hope.
Yeah. And that is actually one of the things I've noticed this week playing tournaments is 10 big blinds isn't that bad. It's kind of like, you're okay. You don't need to.
You play tournaments all the way down to your very last big blind. I was down to 3 big blinds at an early stage of day 2 of this tournament.
Yeah,
Down
and
to
ended
3
up with a big
big
stack,
blinds after losing
right?
a massive all-in, and then ended up rebounding to huge stack at the end of day 2. So these, well, I say huge, pretty good stack at the end of day 2.
Yeah.
And
You got up to like 1.6 million or something, right?
I had
Or more.
7.5 million at the end of the day.
Wow. I mean, yeah, that's
from 60k.
that's some. I mean, look at these stacks now. He's got 11.
Yeah, I know.
Should just fold into the final table here.
I couldn't.
Nah.
Believe me, if anybody goes around folding hands in live tournaments, it's me. But yeah, this was not one to fold.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I don't think. Far too good.
Ooh, and no hesitation, just a swift all in.
Yeah, I think
that one's fair.
Supposed to shove the Queen 8 suited.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Covering, just because then he has to just
call
it off. You're like forced to find a good hand, and you're not even going to be loving it.
Yeah,
with
and the Queen 8 suited is not going to be too bad.
Going to have good equity because a lot of his calls are going to be ace high and king high.
Yeah.
So you have good equity when you get called. But yeah, just picking up those folds. King Jack for Mate. He's going to be opening this one. Queen, which is going to be all in.
Is there ever a case for like a small 3-bet here, just to really take the piss? Just I'm going to make it 3.5 million, deal with it.
You can, but then you allow him to peel. Like a lot of his peels will be suited Ace X, suited King X.
Right. Which you actually don't really want
you don't
calling
really want
that
them
much.
to peel and go to a flop, because it could be really tricky to play those boards, because you're not going to be wanting to put chips in post flop either on a king high or an ace high board with queens. So.
Oh,
this is not
wow
a ball whatsoever.
He is hard enough. He just wants to win this here and now. Get out. Good player.
Yellow shirt goes, yep, what have you done there?
Oh, dear.
You've absolutely busted it.
Oh, no. And we could see probably the best player at the table with back in it.
He's a solid favourite here.
Yeah.
Uses some of the straight cards.
And if
so.
he gets a stack, it could be dangerous for the field.
Yeah, he'll be...
the other players at the table definitely not happy about...
This will give him the chip lead. So.
Yeah, definitely not happy about proceedings here.
He knows
it's a 22 million
pot.
pot.
This is. I would like to see the Queens hold for some justice.
Seems pretty calm still.
Yeah, I know.
Definitely sweating inside. Queen's fine.
Dead card, yeah.
Asks for the queen. Just anything but a king. And there's only 2. Mate, you didn't have to do it. You didn't have to do it, Mate.
Boom! Brick on the river.
Yep.
Very nice.
22 million. And Mate, who was sneaked along, chipping away, just hanging on in there with a small stack this whole final table so far, suddenly is up into at least second, maybe even into the chip lead. And
I think that's chip lead, because he's just doubled up off the lead.
Stoichka just not impressed at all. Not hiding the emotions on his face there. Someone halfway through a pint, you'd love to see it. In a huge EV final table. Hey, it is a Monday.
Absolutely dusted it.
Yeah, he doesn't look happy about that one. He was like a snap call too. I don't know if he just thought the guy had less, maybe. Like, it's just he thought he was pot committed. I don't know.
I think he just thought he had
I'm surprised by that.
Stack.
Yeah, I mean, it feels a lot less now. You lose one pot, you know. That's the thing. That one's gonna sting. Might come back to haunt him.
Self-inflicted, I'm afraid.
Might come back to haunt him, that one.
Ace Jack opening it up under gun from Imrose. Nice chip leader finds 10s now. He's on a heater, yeah, and he's just going to jam, covering everybody here. It's about 20 to 30 big blinds effective.
Yep.
Yeah, 30 big blinds.
He's going to take another one down here, chip up to 24 million.
Love this shove. And we're just going to fold Ace Jack here.
Yeah. A little bit of TV time and the luck. Yeah. Whatever. Bang. Shows it. Wouldn't have shown that one. Would have let them think I'm now going to be pushing them around.
Did he show the 10s?
Yeah, I think so. Looks like he slammed it over. Definitely wouldn't have shown that one.
I literally never show anything. Keep him guessing, and the hardest thing is not knowing what's going on.
Exactly. There is that dynamic with a live stream, to be fair, where they're going to see it anyway. It's just, are they going to get the information while it still matters? Probably
exactly. Not. They'll probably...
If they have friends texting them, they have like a 20 or 30 minute wait until they know the information.
Yeah, you've got ages until they find out.
Yeah.
And then you can just bluff them 3 more times than that.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah, I can fold in.
Seems fine. Fold, fold. Big blind.
Nope.
Nope. Stoitke. I'll go somewhere where we can... I don't know, somewhere where people aren't smoking indoors. Otherwise, I'm not about that. I don't think I could do another night
Oh no.
of that. We've only done literally one night, and that's
That was enough, was it? Yeah, I think I might be getting mixed up, but I've been on a few different nights out with George in like random European cities, and we always end up in a karaoke bar.
yeah. He loves the karaoke.
He does. Do you know why? Because he's good at it.
Yeah. Practice makes
George, who was on the commentary earlier, sneakily good at singing, and he definitely loves.
Ezra.
Yeah, exactly. He likes to sing his namesake, George Ezra. Similar voice. Basically the same.
Just loud, bellowy.
Yeah, rumbles. And don't know about you, I'm much less good at the karaoke. So taking part that counts.
Like taking part.
Yeah. But I'm not sure if it's Bucharest or Bratislava that I remember going to one of these bars with him. I'm not sure if I've been here or not.
It's a fun one here.
Yeah.
Seems to always be busy, so. Boom, boom. I could do with a drink. Speaking of drinking.
Do you want to do a bar run?
No, I want water.
Oh.
I know. The disappointment in Sam's face there. Barky.
Jack Daniels honey, please. On the rocks. I'll have a water as well. Okay. We're going to have to place a drinks order through the wonders of Instagram. Yeah. Whoa, what happened here? Matry Stoicher takes it down on the button. 9-6 of clubs. Little bit of a spicy one. Warming up the vocal cords.
Yeah, it's going to be closed. It's already closed.
Me.
Just have to go singing in
Just down the streets, like true English tourists.
get a couple of slices of pizza out the window, even though I actually already had a pizza today, so that's probably not good. Chip lead on the button,
Sending it.
but you do need to find some opens. I would probably fold this one, I think. Just the worst one.
Yeah, like even ace-5 off is preferable, right?
Yeah.
Or ace-2. At least you've got the straight draws. But he's going to go for it. I don't know. I might sling it on this one.
Yeah, I don't mind.
It feels like there's enough to win there. People have been tight on the table so far. You can just happily fold if you get 3-bet because it's just such a garbo hand, right?
Yep.
No problem. And he just take it down. Dodge get. Yeah. It's going to be another playable one in a row.
Lots of little tell. I can't be able to tell people all my lifestyle stuff actually.
Go on.
No, I'm not.
Whoa! It's locked up in the safe.
It's like one of the
Wow.
undiscovered things in poker, and I don't want to ruin it.
Wow.
I don't mind. I'll share the odd one here and now, but
Trying to keep them
I've
locked
played
up,
with a lot
huh?
of these guys, and so a lot of the things I'd worked out or thought I had worked out, I'm getting to see them like proven right in real time, which is quite nice.
Interesting. Okay.
I take
Seems
particular
fine.
interest in people that sometimes take a really long time to make a decision,
Okay.
because then when they act fast, that gives you quite
Means something else. And Yankov with a pretty swift all in here, I think. It's I've hit a pair, I'm going with it. So I think that makes this.
Peeled this on the button.
Yep.
Pre-flop.
Yep.
This is
And then he's just jammed against the bet. And I think
I mean, why
you're not a fan of that peel on the button?
7 and be like, I'm going to peel.
Well, you got further than you, mate.
That is how tournaments work.
Yeah. Best players get the furthest.
That's literally how poker works.
Yeah. Definitely how it works. King 7 off might just be his hand. It might be my Queen 10. Because he shoved it earlier. Got away with it. Yeah. Still here, hanging on. 5 people left. Matry. Playable hand. Chip lead. Got to feel like he's got a post-flop edge as well.
Definitely, yeah, because he does. Raise to 1.2 million, I guess, because I'm pretty sure the buy 600k, so...
Yeah.
This guy just can't let it go. Has absolutely
Oh my god.
no understanding.
Wow.
So
Is he going to 3-bet though at least? That would be better.
Okay, yeah. No, he's just counting a stack, I think.
Can I afford this peel? Nah, I think he's going to 3-bet. I like a 3-bet a lot more in position. In theory, the chip leader should be wider. But nope, just going to let it go. Probably the correct decision.
Straining over that one.
Yep.
3-9-0.
Oh.
Oh. I imagine we'll just see here.
We'll see a raise and a fold.
Strikes me as a 3-bet, not all in type of guy.
Yeah. That's going to make it... This is... 2 million? Wait. This is tiny, right?
Yeah,
2.2.
The blinds?
It must be 500. I think the graphics must have been wrong before then.
Yeah.
So yeah, he's literally made it a min click, which means my try is now going to call.
No, I think he'll probably still fold this one because King 9 has such bad interaction with Ace King.
Yeah.
And his range is going to be super strong. He does decide to peel.
I think I would peel. You're just getting a mad price. You get to stack a player that could be dangerous.
Yeah, but we also just get to avoid hitting a king and the guy having aces because the small size is going to be like aces, kings, super.
It's a very strong range, but you can proceed with caution, right?
High flops and stuff like that. Like it's
yeah. Ooh, that's a snappy bet.
Yeah, it's a snap fold. Yeah, I mean
it was actually 2 million, so it was like half pot, just under.
Yeah.
He chips back up. Mate hanging on in there.
He can just like the correct approach is to bet like 20% on the flop. Even smaller ace high board just favours your range so massively, and so many of his hands just like are completely dead now and just fold to whatever. Like they just cannot continue. Like pocket sevens is just can't even beat queens that are playing anyway. So nobody's really floating sevens and then bluffing them later.
Yeah.
We blocked king queen, which was the only gut shot. Don't think he's good. Oh, no, we have queen 10 suited or whatever. We block that as well. Yeah, this guy's very weird. Like struggles over a queen 9 off, folding the cut off, but then just snap folds an ace under ace 8 off. Under the gun. It's like not even a terrible ace, and it's 5-handed. Like this would be a legit open. King 6 suited on the button for Mate. He's gonna open to 2 million. Are the graphics right?
I wouldn't be surprised.
If they're right or wrong.
Mate, 4x.
Yeah,
Have it.
No, he's raised to 1 million. Oh no, he's raised to 2 million.
Guys, in Slovakia, is PokerStars available? Do you know that? I think yes, probably.
Yes.
You sound miles away, apparently. We have your audio up pretty high. The mic is basically in his mouth. So I'm not sure what I can do, guys. I'll just have to tell Leo to speak up. Just have to speak up. You've got to enunciate, project. Don't sound so angry about it. Everyone at the table is starting to look a little bit tired. It's a good job there's 50k at risk. Stoichka.
Ace Jack O on the button. 24 bigs. Raise.
Loving life.
Raise, and also pretty happy to call it off.
Showing him that he's folding like not that bad a hand. Give me that now. Like, that's just a call, right? Yeah. And he's just showing him, here's a hand I should have called with, and I haven't. So please continue to abuse my big blind.
He just folds 8.
Yeah.
Like, he's thinking about queen 9 off, but 8-9 suited. It's just like, no,
which is a call, and you're getting a great price.
Yeah, now the other guys, the regs, like, what are you doing?
Yeah. Your mic wasn't on.
The whole time?
Yeah.
The whole time?
Someone just said, I think Sam's is the only one that's working, and then I noticed this little button. You know when you went to get a drink earlier?
Yeah, you turned it off.
I turned it off.
Like 10 minutes ago.
Yeah. Sorry, we've got a professionally run stream. Some maniac has left Sam Clark Poker in charge of technical... Sorry, guys. My co-commentator now has his mic turned on. Well, that's your problem.
Yeah, I'm very quiet. Almost like we can't hear you at all.
Yeah. Well, there we go.
Ace 9-0, yes, good open. Sizing is a little on the large size. But that's what we've come to expect. I was just spending...
Oh my god, he's folded Queen 10 off in the big blind. Cash me out.
Yeah, open to 4x. This guy that thinks Queen 9 off is a decision versus an open, but 8-9 suited is a snap fold in a big blind.
Salty!
Just weird.
It is weird. It is definitely weird. Especially the showing it. Like, oh, look how bad I'm running. Look how card dead I am with this monster suited connector in the big blind. Someone comments, the most boring table I have ever seen.
I wouldn't say that.
I think there's been a little bit of spicy action here and there.
I've definitely commentated on boring.
Boringer.
Boringer final tables than this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've been on Boringer cash games.
Yeah. Oh yeah. My stack's in one right now.
So it's fine. Well, that's probably my stack's definitely been moved by now.
Off. Oh, ace deuce off, raise under the gun. Wow, Stoica coming out of it. Last time before the break.
Yep, break coming up.
We're on break.
Card room manager Susanna, checking everything is in order. We're going to be going to a break, guys. We're going to get some drinks in, and we're going to come into the final straight of this final table and see. Absolutely wasted. And see who comes away a champion. See you on the other side. And we are back. 5 players remain. All of these mad lads are getting the absolute Ancelotti. Everyone receiving over 10,000, 5 figures for the remaining 5 players. And all that remains to see is where the chips will fall, who will be going home with the trophy and the 50,000 euros. Going to be joined back by George Sanford for this next stint. Once he comes back here and joins me, looks like Zuz is about to get action back underway. And as we can see by the chip count here, fairly close between all the players. We've seen much bigger differences between the big stack and the shorter stack at certain points during this final table. Everything fairly bunched up right now. And we're just kind of waiting for someone to take a commanding lead. Start pushing around the short stacks a little bit more. But Matrai in the lead. And got to be a strong favourite now, I would say. Given how the final table action has gone so far, I think Matrai has impressed me and Leo and George the most with his play. Fundamentally seems very strong. Hasn't made many mistakes. And now finds himself with a chip lead. Got to be feeling good about his chances. Mate has gone from one of the smaller stacks to first, second, to probably, I think, third now. And George is back as we're about to get action underway.
Hello.
Some things have gone down since your little stint away.
Yeah, wow. 4 left.
No, there's going to be 5. But
5, yeah.
Mate now, who we were impressed of the play of earlier,
Yeah, I think he plays really
has
solid.
now found himself in the chip lead.
Nice. So what, some positive variants, or did
Yeah.
cooler everyone?
He had queens jammed over and open, got snapped off by Mate's king jack off,
Whoa. Okay.
and doubled up to a chip lead. It's pretty close though, probably 10 million between first and second right now. Everyone's quite bunched up.
Yeah. King jack off. How was that?
King jack off just snapped it.
Raise call.
Yep.
For how many?
Too many.
Sounds like too many.
Yeah, it was definitely too many. Probably like 15 big, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
How long do you reckon is left in this final table? Has it got legs?
I don't know. I think at this type of stage where it's getting quite short and the stacks are somewhat even, you know, you're already seeing here a little bit of discussions, maybe asking for some kind of deal. Looks like the chip leader's saying no.
Yeah, which I would if I was in his position as well.
I would as well. It's a very soft final table for him, I would say.
Yeah.
He's definitely got a bit more of a clue as to what's going on kind of final table dynamics. He made one fold I think that the other guys would have tanked forever with earlier, where it went open and then jam, and he had ace queen suited. He just snap mucked it, which is a great fold on a final table. And yeah, just clearly aware of the sort of ICM kind of implications in the decision making, which is good to see. Because these €170 tournaments, they're a bit of a minefield.
Yeah, that's the word. But he's found himself in the final 5, chip lead, looking pretty good for the 50,000 main prize.
Absolutely.
And the trophy. Definitely wouldn't be taking a chop either.
No, so let's get the payouts just for a quick reminder. And at the moment, 10.9 for the next elimination, 14.4, then up to 20, then up to 30, then up to 50. So, yeah, doing a deal now, if he feels as though maybe a couple more eliminations, and then he's just going to get more of the lion's share of what's left, as opposed to, you know, chopping up those, I wouldn't say small, obviously, but at this stage, relative to his position, giving 4th and 5th an ICM payout just wouldn't really be in his interest.
Yeah.
Usually the ICM payouts tend to favour the shorter stacks because, you know, they have the ability to double and then have some kind of foothold in the tournament. But what you're probably more likely to see is that the shorter stacks are kind of dwindle away, not find as much aggression as they should, not call off correctly, that kind of thing. So, great position for him to be in.
Especially like from an EV point of view as well. If you feel like you're the strongest player at the table, there's, especially with a chip lead, there's never really a a reason to be taking a chop.
No, you are
Like-
going to incur a lot of variance, obviously, with these kind of collisions that are going to occur naturally with five-handed. But yeah, like you say, he's just going to get a lot of opens through. He's got quite a good seat as well. Two of the more active players are on his right. How's the guy in the fourth seat played since he shoved the king 7 earlier?
Similarly, he actually shoved king 6 under the gun. Very similar situation.
Oh, wow, Yankov, isn't it?
Yeah. Very similarly, kind of flying by the seat of his pants, still in there.
Yeah.
Actually got a decent stack now. He got a double up towards the end of the last session. It looks like they are discussing something because we're not getting action underway just yet.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe they are looking at numbers. There's going to be a delay and potentially a bringing forward of the schedule for us singing George Ezra in some dodgy karaoke bar.
Well, it closes at 1, so it could be off the cards.
Unbelievable. Cash me out. Well, channels is an option we've been Googling.
Channels is an option. That's always an option.
That's the real talking point here for the chat is where do the boys end up tonight?
Yeah. Who have we got in the YouTube chat? Anyone?
One of my followers I recognise, Ryan the Rock Poker from Instagram, Ryan Polekis, has been getting amongst it in the chat. Tamas Repas, Jonathan De Silva.
Mm-hmm.
Jonathan De Silva would pay 10k cash to get a seat at this table with 10 big blinds. Well, I'm sure you would, considering min cash is over 10k.
Amazing.
Yeah. I'd probably pay 11k, to be honest. And we are going to go to another brief break while a deal is discussed, I guess, and we will get back to you as and when we hear anything.
Hello and welcome back to the Banco Casino Masters final table commentary. We will get you information on the deal that is being discussed as we get it. It's like some fairly frantic negotiations being made. A little bit of tension across the room. Okay, so I do have some numbers here that have been discussed. Andras with the current chip lead, 19,600. Mathieu in second with 16,500. Nico 14,200. Marek 13,100. And Javor 9,600. Sorry, 9.6. And the payouts in terms of the chop that they've done, looks like Andras has tried to bargain for more of the percent. So he's asked for 5k on top of the, 3k on top of the ICM number. So he's got 28,696. Mathieu has had to take 1k off. Okay, I see. So Mathieu 1k off, Nico 500 off, Marek 500 off, and Javor 1000 off. So it's a kind of bizarre negotiation process that has happened here, where it looks like Andras has asked for 3k and he's split that across the other players at the table who's comfortable giving up some of their share. So chip leader bargaining for more, and he's trying to get 3,000 more than the ICM payout. And I feel like in these kind of situations the chip leader has always got the upper hand in the negotiation process because of the fact that the short stacks are usually a little bit more keen to strike some kind of deal and get all of the negotiations out the way and lock up a little bit more money, just worried about busting soon, and the actual payout would have been 10,500 and all of them would be locking up 17.3 or more. So as you can see, some some bits of relief now as everyone's kind of done with the tournament. It looks like 5-way chop for the end of the Banco Masters. I'm not sure if they're even playing for much. There is 10% would have to be still on the line, 12,425, I believe. Dennis Sadzik with the question mark. Is there any information you'd like to know or you'd like me to sort of ascertain for you? So I believe play will continue. The rules of the tournament dictate that 10% should be left behind, which is 12,425 euros. So whether or not that changes each player's approach, we will soon find out. So joined again by Sam, and the deal has been done. 5-way chop with some 12,000 euros left to play for.
Okay, so what, they did like an ICM chop with some left out, or?
Yeah, just trying to work out how much of that is being played for. It looks like they've all taken sort of X amount, and then the winner now is collecting the extra 12.4k.
So they're just playing to. There's only winner gets more.
Yeah, only the winner now locks up more, and they've got Andros, the chip leader. Wait 1 second. Yeah, so Andros, the chip leader, locked up. Sorry, I was just getting called by someone.
Here we go, it's on screen.
There we go.
Or is that,
no,
is that on the final
chip
table?
Counts from the final table, yeah.
Right. Relevant stats.
Actually, yeah, Zimny actually is the only person that lost chips, but
Only a tiny bit, yeah.
yeah, he came in as the chip leader, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, between 17 and 29k, there was a little bit of negotiations being done because the chip leader wanted more than ICM.
Yeah.
So he said, give me 3k on top of the ICM payout.
Yeah.
And then you guys switch that between yourself.
Makes sense. Yeah, that's kind of what we were saying. I think he deserves a better than average deal here, probably.
Yeah, exactly. Now, now we're just going to play for the extra 12,000. So 5 players left. And
probably means it's going to speed things up a little bit. Everyone now happy with their payout.
Yeah, I think so. I think that people are going to be a little bit more liberal. Closer spots are going to be taken. And the nature of it being top heavy means that you kind of are inclined to gamble a little bit more.
Go for it now, right?
Exactly.
It doesn't matter unless you win.
Yeah, you've just really got to play for the win. You're not going to be able to fold your way in there. So the dynamic will completely change, I imagine. How much that these players will adjust by remains to be seen. There'll also be a ticket for the Slovak Poker Open, which is coming up in mid-May, the 9th to the 16th. That's given for all of the top 16 entrants or finishers. And so that looks like an all-in, doesn't it? Or is that?
No, he did this before. It's kind of like a tiny 3-bet. But he did it before with queens, which was a much stronger holding.
This player here in the cat balls seemed a bit tense over the last sort of 10 minutes. Lots of shouting and...
Okay.
So is he
Seems
ended
like
up just calling?
Yeah, was he trying to raise and he's not done it right?
I'm really not sure what's going on here. So those are 100k chips, right? So that's a stack of 20. So I think he might be forced into min raising or something like that because he said raise and then put the wrong amount out. Zimny not happy with this king jack off versus this action.
Versus the min raise?
Yeah, kind of thinking,
calls.
What's this? Okay, yeah, so he has been forced to go for the min 3-bet, that was right, and we're going to see
and Zimny's just calling everything.
Yeah, exactly. Getting a pretty good price to continue.
Oh.
Wow, 9-high flop for Mathieu.
Easy game. What?
No,
what
has
happened?
Oh no, he's lost his head.
He's dead. He's just dead.
He's lost his head. He's got the backdoor straight draw.
That? Look at this guy, man.
Oh mate,
he loves it.
He is an absolute rock star.
He actually
28
is,
million
man.
pot. He's giving everyone the finger wag, walking around. Zimni's just completely dusted it. Lost his head over the sort of pre-flop stuff, and that's it.
Dead on the turn.
Yeah,
easy game for Mate. Tells him I'm the greatest.
And he's sort of gesturing as if to say,
like, I got him.
Yeah, I got him. What the hell's this guy doing? Not happy at all.
Wow, Zimni comes in as the chip leader.
Yeah, I sort of dusted it, I guess, over the last few hours. And Mathieu saying, come on then. Bring them
Who wants some?
Yeah, I'll have them all.
He's got to be my favourite for winner now.
I hope so.
Good for game.
Yankov soon ordering his next pint, says Jonathan De Silva. Has he been rattling through him, has he?
He's done a few in.
Has he? So it went from the stage of kind of reducing the nerves to just
now I'm just
a
on
full
it.
out sesh.
Yeah. Now I'm just on one.
That's a fine line that I've actually struggled in the past to get over as well in cash games. But okay, this is quite a big cash game. I'll just have one to settle my nerves, and then all of a sudden you're just wazzing it in with any four.
Yeah. Don't know what time it is. Can't remember your name.
Yeah, exactly. Wake up fully clothed in the hotel room and back at it the next day.
Yeah, Jonathan says, I don't even know how this chip leader could consider discussing a deal. I kind of would have to agree. Unless it's just like for the bankroll.
Extra on top of ICM. I mean, not many of these guys are likely to be rolled for this kind of the variance in a five-way.
Does he want to risk it and go out now, get 10k instead of 50? I mean, is he likely to go out next, though? Probably not.
No, he's not.
You're going to get at least third, most likely.
At least third for...
third would be, what, 20-something?
It was 20, wasn't it? It was like 50, 30, 20.
I mean, 20k is a very good day for a 170 buy-in, you know? Yeah. I think I would be tempted to run it.
He actually locked up 28 whilst playing for another 12.
Yeah.
So, you know, he's kind of foregone 10k off of the top prize, but he's basically locked himself... almost second place with another 12k to play for. So I don't think it's a bad deal.
For the fans, though.
For the fans, it's you want to see...
No chops, finger wag. Exactly. Let's put more up top.
All the glory on the line, right?
Yeah, let's make fifth 0 payout and put it on top prize.
So
it's just so hard to get into these spots, you know.
I know, it's so
just
hard.
like when you get there, I'd be very tempted to just run it.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, what will be, will be.
Yeah, you're not going to make many final tables of mass field tournaments like this in a lifetime. And that's why you do tend to see the slightly more passive early stages play and a couple of huge blunders like that where it's just rush of blood to the head. I mean...
That all in with King
High.
What's
he even thinking? Is he just like, right, I can get him to fold Ace King and Ace Queen now?
I guess, yeah.
I mean...
Which I'm not even sure about, by the way.
That's
I guess it does, but...
being friendly, but yeah. You just rep absolutely nothing. It's very bizarre.
Pretty unfortunate when he has top set also.
Not just like queens or something.
Yeah, just literally, I have the nuts, thank you for your tips. Everyone just cares a lot less now, I think.
Yeah, I mean, if Yankov just kind of cold call flicks this in, it would be quite hilarious, but...
Yeah.
He looks tempted to, doesn't he? He's kind of just like, well...
Whatever.
I might just gamble.
Absolutely crushed if he does as well.
Yeah, in this occurrence.
Oh.
Yeah, come on.
Come on, throw
in
them
or
out.
out, mate. He folds.
Imagine Mate just flicks in the call. Wouldn't be off form for him.
No.
And stop showing that you're folding reasonable things.
Yeah, shows the ace and fold.
Show the 5 and fold.
Bit of negative energy from that Stoica fella, I see. It just sort of looks a bit...
kind of defensive.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's been a few times like this where people have... In fact, is it Stoichka that... he was the one that shoved... No, sorry, Yankov that shoved the King 7 off earlier. He's in the big blind, the button opens, and he just folds 8-9 suited in the big blind and shows it. Like, oh, look.
What?
Me and Leo are sat here like, what?
Yeah.
Like, actually getting a good price. He actually had a reasonable stack at that time.
Yeah. Yeah, it
like,
doesn't make any
and he's
sense.
showing, like, look, I'm going to fold a good hand.
Yeah.
Why?
Just inviting
Please abuse my big blind.
Exactly, inviting more attack from his
Yeah,
opponents.
I don't know. Thing is, he loses all the ICM pressure effect of his stack. That's very true.
It's a good point.
Yeah, he has the advantage. Like if you're second in chips, it's very different taking an ICM deal than being first. I think probably for that small difference. But obviously,
he's also got a couple of wild cards in this final 5 lineup he had. You know, Yankov.
Yeah,
and
like I mean, some of these guys are just
they just
trying to
don't
give it
care.
away, right?
Yeah, they don't care about the ICM. So it does in theory, but in practice, I think that you're still going to see people kind of splash around a bit too much anyway, which when you're playing like a sort of low stakes tourney online and you get people with kind of a clue or whatever, sort of low stakes regs, they're going to overfold these kind of situations. These guys, that, you know, you never really know what to expect. It's very very random.
And these guys are now all taking home what, more than 20k?
Yeah.
It's a fantastic result for all of them.
Yep.
Congratulations.
Mathieu with the chip lead now, so he's gonna just
does what he wants.
make it massive.
Does what he wants.
What's that, like 3 million or something? Yeah.
Oh, and
Why not,
Stoichka's just got it.
Stoichka.
Side bet, 10 euros. Mate calls this off.
Oh no, he snaps it off.
You don't even want the action.
No.
Okay.
Snap.
He's already turning it over, man. Is he called already? Yeah. Wow. Just no one cares anymore.
Yeah. No.
Literally, you've given them an ICM chop and they just don't care.
No, well, Mathieu doesn't care.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much it, John.
Chip leader just loving this now. Just watching stacks flying around.
Absolutely. And no help for Mathieu there. Not even a backdoor straight draw. Just the cold hard 6 required, and there's one of them.
Oh, two out of play as well. Wow.
Yeah. Ooh, 5 of hearts means the 6 of diamonds only. Are we going to see it? No. Ace king holds, little fist pump, up to 21 million, and that's at 600k big blind, and it's all going quite quickly now. So I imagine that going to see a lot of gambling.
Oh, Leo's back. Swagging into the room to join us. Is he?
Who? Oh yeah, he's just getting too excited. He's lost the plot.
I spy an Andy Wilson in chat.
Oh,
What a lineup, he says. I would have to agree.
yeah, it's
Got a character-filled lineup. Mate, favourite for me.
yeah.
I really want him to win now, to be honest.
Mathieu is our home hero.
Yeah. Do we know if he's Slovakian as well? Is he a local? Local legend?
Is he? I thought he was Hungarian.
Oh, yeah, he might be.
Yeah.
I know he plays down here a decent bit.
Yeah. He's a bit of a celebrity player, you know. He just gave the finger wag. So we get into this hilarious spot where, for those of you that are new tuning in, Mathieu with the sort of suit jacket there in seat 1, looking around the room. He accidentally min-clicks an open. I think he was meant to raise bigger.
I think he was meant to raise. He like slid a stack in, but it was less than a min raise.
Yeah, it was like a call.
Yeah.
So he gets forced to click 3-bet. Button versus cutoff. He's got pocket nines. Cutoff continues with king jack off. It comes 9-8 deuce, right? So he's flop top set, and then the cutoff just donk jams 2x pot with king jack high.
Oh, it was more than 2x pot, by the way. It was like 3 or 4.
It was massive. It was, just,
it was like maybe 4.
Like, what are you ever doing this with?
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
I mean, aces maybe you do, but then
what, like, I don't know, man.
It's just not a good line.
Yeah. It's bizarre. And in the end, he just snaps him off with the nines, obviously, and just walks around the room giving a bit of a finger wag.
It's like, get out of here, son.
This
not on my watch.
So what have we got here? Stoika finding the turn call. Pretty standard stuff so far. Ooh, that king of spades might make him a little bit uncomfortable. What?
Now
He's
bluffing the best hand.
A bluff. Okay.
Trying to make a tenfold, or what is this?
I don't know what he's trying to do, but it worked.
Yeah. Well, Yankov looking a little bit frustrated.
Yeah. If he had found the river fire there, it would have worked, but Stoica kind of not really sure whether his hand is good or not, just firing chips in there and hoping for a fold. He did that earlier in the 3-bet pot with jacks on the queen 4-3 mono, didn't he? Mm-hmm. Just sort of fired out half pot, and luckily his opponent had air, so it's working for him.
Load of absolute burgers for the field here.
Yeah.
Yankov probably all in.
Loves an offsuit king.
He does actually love an offsuit king. And it's going to get through.
To be fair, this is the first reasonable one he's had.
Yeah.
The king 6 under the gun 6 for 16 big blinds earlier.
Oh, yeah, he called king 7 off to a raise as well. Wow. We think he might just love king 7.
What's this king offsuit thing?
Yeah, I don't know.
Starting a new movement. It went from the wheel suited ace X as like the 3-betting hand to the suited king X, and now Yankov is taking it one step further with king 6, king 7 off.
He's before his time.
Mm-hmm. Yankov once again with the offsuit king just firing at home.
He's just got away with it so many times as well.
No one ever has.
No one's waking up with like ace 10 just to punish.
Just anything.
Yeah.
At this stage.
Oh, the cap has gone sideways. He means business, Stoichkov.
Yeah. Jesus.
Might as well be all in.
With the jack 9, I mean, jury's out. He probably just rips it in again. Yeah, he's just had enough, hasn't he?
It's been a long day, to be fair.
Yeah, I know.
We've won 20 bags. Let's get to bed.
Stoica's gonna find the call.
This is the punish hand, surely.
Yeah.
This is the end of the reign of terror of the light shoves.
There it is.
Yeah.
I've run into it.
Nah. What can I do? Unavoidable. What a cooler.
Yeah. And as we were literally saying that no one's found a hand to...
and people must have noticed he's getting a lot of shoves through. He's like being all in a lot.
Well, the king 7 shove went to showdown,
we saw as well,
yeah, exactly.
So everyone's waiting for any reasonable holding to call with, and that's going to be curtains.
There is the jack high flop. Backdoor hearts for Yankov, and of course the side card 9 to bail him out of danger here. Ooh, 10 of hearts, sweaty, gives him some additional outs.
That's a lot of outs. It's kind of just the right amount, you would say.
11 to come. Just the right amount, exactly.
It's not too many. He knows it.
I can't look, and it's easy game. Top 2, holding up nicely. And we're down to 3 here, so Yankov kind of rode the wave of I don't know what to say, but it was a rather bizarre final table showing from him.
Made it to 4th, a
Started
respectable
out quite
4th.
solid, and then just kind of lost a few 3-bet pots and just was all in a lot. So
around about the 4th or 5th beer, to be fair.
Yeah, exactly. What'd you say, sorry?
4th or 5th beer.
Yeah, 4th or 5th beer maybe sort of tippled him over the edge somewhat, and the remnants of poker strategy that was left in there had kind of been taken over by a gung-ho approach to what would be more suited to maybe all in or fold on GG or something like that.
Final 3. Stoichka might be chip leading now after he just stacks Yankov there.
36 million, that is a hell of a lot of chips. Jack 2's off for Matry. Gonna VPip it. And Mathieu just saying hello. No one's limping into my big blind, son. All you can eat. And this is this is getting interesting because Mathieu there just sort of laying down the hammer. That was 30 big blinds. He just wazzed in over a limp there just to regain his anti Queen 6 off. Yeah.
Have it.
Mm-hmm. Stoica looking like a very nice guy, says De Silva. A little bit of sarcasm in there potentially. Andy saying auditioning as a blackout crew. YouTube extra. What's the blackout crew?
I don't know.
I don't know either. Either a niche reference or I'm just not cultured enough to pick up on
I
it.
put my channel points on him for the win.
Who said that?
Jonathan De Silva about Stoichka. My money's on Mate. I think we should call him Mate, to be honest. I think it's more
Mate.
appropriate. Mate.
Our mate, yeah.
Let's go, Mate.
And
Did they deal?
Matry.
Yes, they did. They all took about 20k. A little bit extra for Matai.
Mm-hmm.
Matry.
Yeah, he bargained 3k over ICM and kind of...
Yeah.
How many hand?
5. Yeah, a bit naff, isn't it? But
You would not have seen that had I made the final table.
Yeah, same.
no, it's got to be at least 3 or heads up.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
It is super top heavy, so even versus someone that you think you have a significant edge against heads up, it's just too high variance to gamble too much in such a big spot for so many, buy-ins. Stoica here does turn a gut shot with his middle pair. Still behind that of Matry, who's got the ace-9 here. Does he continue for a second bet? 3 SBR. Lots of 10x, lots of 3x, some 5-4 turned a pair, including the straight draw they had on the flop. Interesting to see the sizing. Goes just under half. Gets a snap call. And it runs out the 6 of hearts on the river. Will Stoica lead that one? I don't think he needs to. The 10 should just have enough showdown. And it's going to go check. And Matry's going to be pleasantly surprised to win this one.
Just continuing to play very solid, I think.
Yeah.
Not stepping out of line, not doing anything crazy.
No, just playing nice solid poker.
By the way, have you seen on Night Chicken you can buy Ben and Jerry's? It's €15 for 1 tub.
15? Wow. So, how many are we getting?
That's mad. I think that's the most expensive I've ever seen.
€15 for a tub of Ben and Jerry's on this nighttime delivery thing. But
How much of that is markup? Like 10?
They know their target market, right? It's just
Drunk people.
drunk people or people smoking a bit of weed or something like that. You know, just kind of moping around.
Do you know what would be good? Ice cream.
If it was cheaper, I might buy one. But there's no way I'm going to pay 50.
What, just out of pure principle? Yeah. I can see that.
What do you normally get?
My night chicken order is a quarter chicken, the tres quesadillas, they're good, and the sweet potato fries with a ginger beer. That's what I get. Yeah, try the 4 as well. Is it quattro or something? It's a bit spicier. So, anyway, on to more important matters.
Matry with the nuts.
Yeah, I try flop with queen 10. And does check back and allow Stoica here to fire one into the abyss with the 4 high flush draw.
Not going to work.
Nope, not against the mighty queen 10.
And he's not going to get there. I'm just saying it now.
Stoica also 2.5x BVB with 6-4 off.
Ambitious.
Yeah, just why? Yeah.
Funny.
Against a good player or someone that, you know, knows how to navigate, it's just not really achieving much. Just sort of building a pot out of position.
He actually is going for value here. And I think he might get it, you know. He has got a snap call from the 4. Queen 10 strikes again. He nods.
Wow.
He says, I've just been binned. Here is my chips, sir.
Absolutely murked.
Literally, how much was that? 4.4 million.
That's a chunky size
Just
as well.
Why would he take a chop, man?
With the 10
He's
kicker
owning
playing.
them so hard. That's a nice value bet. I like that a lot.
It was a nice value bet.
He's probably targeting a 9, not a 4, to be fair, but
Or like, I don't know.
It works.
All sorts, yeah. Like literally.
maybe some worse queens, I guess.
He can have pocket jacks and pocket 10s there sometimes, right? King, queen, and he's like
Yeah.
open BBB. Yeah. Couple of hands to target for sure. Yeah, they do, yeah. What were you on here, Walt?
Stoichka on the button with a proper hand. Mate giving him a nudge, telling him to hurry up. Is that Mate raising with 5-3 off or just calling? Oh, he calls the queen 9 suited. It's a fair fight. Kind of action flop, boys.
What we got? Top set again?
No. Top pair versus open ender.
I think the way that Mate is playing is just going to try and get this in, and I don't think Stoico after. Yeah, he's just.
It's just everyone's had
It's
enough.
just all getting a bit silly now, isn't it? Yeah.
Who cares?
The money's just flying in. They're only playing for 12 bags. It's a 170 buy-in, you know. It's playing for 60.
It's only money anyway.
I know, right? It's literally 65 buy-ins, which, you know, even on a Sunday, that would be, you know, a decent sort of tournament.
Oh, Mate is already celebrating.
There
He's
we go.
walking around the
Gonna get
room.
the finger wags out. He's looking
finger
at the
wags out
audience.
for the
He
lads.
knows exactly where the camera is, does our mate. No 8 of hearts, so no additional
Oh,
equity.
mate, S.
Looking
Mate.
for an 8, a 5, or a 10. Is he going to find it? No, he's not.
Ah, get up, yeah.
Yeah, and
This guy.
the token trips on the river as well for Mathieu. All smiles.
Yeah. Easy
And
game.
Stoica with, I wouldn't call it necessarily a blow-up, but there was definitely a few things he could have sort of done a little bit differently. But it's amazing to see the difference in dynamic after
as soon as the
deal.
deal's made.
You know,
It's almost like plus EV for this Matry guy to make the deal because everyone's just sending it in there and suddenly his head's up.
Completely dusted it ever since.
Yeah.
And he's
It took 20 minutes. It was going to take 5 hours.
We would have been here till 6 if
Yeah.
they didn't do a deal. That's for sure.
Yeah, and it's crazy. And suddenly, he's
Yeah.
heads up, slight disadvantage for
Yeah.
a 12k extra in
But
20 minutes.
Yeah, and he's got the wild card player
Yeah.
Mathieu here heads up. And
I'm sure he would have taken that if
just
offered to him.
I'm actually. They've both got around 38 million. I
And he's
believe.
now playing for 40k instead of 50, much quicker, saving us all some time.
It's not all about us having a drink out in the town,
Wow.
right? But that's definitely on the equation.
I think Mate's got a pretty commanding chip lead, actually. He's probably got 60, 70 million now. Oh, is Stoichka still in?
Yeah, must be.
Yeah.
Also, Stoichka does actually have some behind. I didn't realise.
Not much, like he's got.
He's
yeah.
got like 7 or 8 bigs or something.
It's going in with the 9-2 here, surely.
Oh, Mathieu's got some moves. He finds the limp with the queens to induce.
That's not gone well. It's not gone well.
Oh, and the deuce.
Oh.
Oh, the no look.
Yeah.
Oh, it's just
Give it a
he's
flick
pulling
of the
out all
wrist.
the stops here. It's just getting.
It shows the queens for some
the
reason.
no look 2 million on the turn was. It's just the icing on the cake. This.
He's
This is
absolutely
really-
loving it.
We're watching a showboat. We're watching a master of his craft.
Getting it done.
Put
He was
on
never
an
in doubt.
absolute play.
Never in doubt as the people's champion.
This is going to be a great heads-up match if, unless Stoichka can get himself back into the game.
Which World Series was it when it was this kind of situation? There was just some absolute blaster against some like online crusher, and the blaster won.
Oh, was it Queen Yuen?
Might
Was
have
it
been.
the random guy that's like
Yes,
playing
yes,
all the
yes,
table
yes.
games.
Yeah. Against some guy with like a short second hand. I can't remember. He
Oh,
was like some like
he was a bit of a nit, wasn't he?
Yeah. But he was like an online guy.
player, yeah. But he kind of got a bit outclassed in the heads up.
Might-
Lost to unfiltered aggression, basically.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
that just shows you how important aggression is in heads up because
Yeah.
there's nowhere to hide. You can't just sit around waiting for a hand all the time.
Yeah.
So Stoichka there, just easy shove with the king high for 7 or 8 big blinds. But BVB gets that one through.
Veo. Thank you, Andy Wilson.
Oh, that's it. Yeah,
Gordon Veo.
Gordon Veo, but he also had some sort of cheating allegations, didn't he? It was
Oh,
like
really?
multi-accounting or
Who
something.
doesn't
Andy
these
will know.
days?
I thought his was winning from a tournament where.
Oh, he got for playing Scoop from Cali on a VPN.
That's it. Yeah.
That's small fish to fry these days, eh? Mate.
If he wasn't running a pot frog poison cult, I'm not interested.
And Mathieu just saying, look, there's no limping into my big blind, all right?
Yeah.
This is
I've
my
heard King 7
playground.
off is the hand.
Yeah, this is my playground. And Greek Poker Championship as well, coming over here. Some Cypriot and Greek links. So a couple of players from Cyprus, which is somewhere you don't tend to see people going from Cyprus to Bratislava to play poker. Usually you just go to Cyprus and
Yeah.
you sort of enjoy the weather. So with that, that's good indicator that there is kind of a more of a multinational showing here at in the Banco Casino. And the cash game record was broken, actually. There was, I think, 16 tables running 3 nights ago.
That was the record?
That is the record, yeah. It's quite a sort of small and homely kind of casino, you know, so I imagine they're going to be expanding into this room a little bit as well.
Mm-hmm.
He chopped a 1k phase with Giraffe Gang off at 700 or 800k and it was confiscated. Wow, that's brutal.
Because of the VPN thing?
Because of the VPN, yeah. It's really a no-go zone.
Would have been cheaper to just fly to a different place where you're allowed.
What's Mathieu doing here? He's got the backdoor spades, he's got the backdoor
Is he
straight
raising?
draw. He's not going in for the check raise.
He's just calling. Just calling with
Okay,
4 high.
Just calling with 4 high.
The old 4 high float. Out of position.
He might start thinking I can rep those diamonds.
That's my flush.
He's got a
he
bluff
actually
now.
might be able to here.
He's
He doesn't even
come
bluff!
on.
What? What was the plan here, Mate? What was the plan?
This is unbelievable.
He just called his 4 high and then doesn't bluff when
Just
a flush
floated
comes
the
in.
4 high out of position on the flop.
He's going to win, by the way. He actually definitely is going to win.
Matra is
Earlier
just...
where the button opened 2.5x, the big blind just folds and shows 8-9 suited.
Oh, I told him.
He, like, turned his
Ridiculous.
cards over.
Yeah, like, look, what am I supposed to do?
His hand, like,
What?
Yeah, let me buy those off you.
and then
Wow.
Mate raised called like 18 bigs under the gun versus button with king jack off.
Yeah.
Snaps it in.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, it's...
What a final table.
what a
Someone said
final
this was the
table.
most boring final table I've ever seen.
Well, it
What are you talking
livened
about?
up after the deal, that's for sure. But
Yeah.
also Mathieu has just been kind of stealing the show the whole time, really.
Yeah.
Finger wags to the non-existent crowd. And, yeah.
That's the thing we've seen in this room. It's literally 2 cameras.
There's 2 cameras and it's sort of...
And he's finger wagging at the camera.
Yeah.
Maybe Zuz in the background.
He's just... It's like it's
Oh.
a soap opera for him.
Oh,
Oh,
here we go. Here we go.
Flip City. And who's going to come out on top?
He runs good in flips from what I've seen.
Oh, really?
Matrai. Yeah. he's
Odds
not
on
bad
Matra, yeah. Would speed things up.
55 versus Stoika. Who's got the 45%? And sometimes you just feel, when you're in this position that Stoika's in, when you had the big stack and you've just kind of made a few blunders and you end up getting into a flip, you just feel like it's...
Yeah, it's never coming.
Yeah, it's never coming. It's more of a 30-70.
Yeah.
The reverse momentum.
Yeah, I feel that.
Not sure what we're waiting for. Turn card Jack. No help.
Just dramatic effect.
Yep. King or a 9 only. 6 outs. 14%. No. So heads up. And we are playing 38 versus 38 million.
For 12,000 euros.
And Mathieu there. Not really laddered, but he's only got one person to go to win the extra 12k. And so let's have a look at the full payouts. And they are. Andreas now has 29k locked up. Mathieu has 22.7k locked up. And then they're playing for an extra 12.5 on top of that. So it's going to be a potential 41k payday for Andreas. And a potential 35k payday for Mathieu. Looks like we're going to have a little break before we continue with the heads up action. We'll see you in 9 minutes and 52 seconds.
Mate just floating the turn with Jack High. Some reason. So far so good on both. Top pair for Matre on the flop. Guess he's just going to be going for value, thick value against Mate. Probably goes for free streets with this hand if the board doesn't change too much. Can see him potentially checking. Ah, Mate just goes to the check raise with the gut shot, no backdoor. No backdoor flush draw. Mate, Metro never going to be folding this one. Does have the deuce of hearts for a little bit of backup, but not going to love it making a 4-card flush with the deuce, although heads up flush is going to be very strong anyway. I'm going to try Mate just absolutely going for it here. You could be in time for the end. This could be it. Mate just absolutely blasting. Check raised the gut shot. Going for it. Can't see Mate ever folding against this guy.
Is this the first or second hand if it's up? Second, yeah. Does flick in the call. And wow, this could get interesting.
Can't see Mate ever giving up on the river, personally.
No, not in the vein that he's in. And he just snaps him off as well.
Yeah, legend.
What a player.
Boom.
Wow. And that is the end of that. I mean, how many big blinds was that?
Loads.
That was 50 each, right? Yeah. Just first hand heads up. Mathieu was sort of going all out. Balls to the wall effort. Got himself into the final two. 50 big blinds apiece. And that is going to be the end of that. That is your Banco Casino Masters champion. After negotiating a little bit extra on the ICM deal, another 3k on top, he gets himself 29,000 plus 12,000, and he is pacing around there, loving life.
Yeah.
Thanks very much for joining.
We will see you next time.